Welcome back to Skylife, everybody. We're going to open up with a beat. We're going to try three-piece again. So far, I'm not getting no copyright strikes. Okay, here we go. I know you want this here. Raise JV. Look, D. Let them know. Step into my room. Take off all your clothes. It's just me and you. Your body's calling me. Waiting for this moment all day long, yeah. Girl, I'm so horny. Let's get it on. Ooh, yeah. I can hear your body calling me. Hear your body calling, baby. Your body sexual. I know that you know, babe, baby. You know just what I'm thinking of. Please to feel you in my arms when I sleep. Even though you're 1,000 miles away from me. Can't nobody make me feel like you. All I think about is making love to you. In the morning time, in the afternoon, in the evening, I can hear you calling me. I can hear your body calling. Your body sexual. Please, your body sexually. My body's going, my body's going, my tongue is going, my body's going. Shout out to Three Piece again. Chicago Zone. That's Three Piece. Your body's calling. I'm trying to find some other songs, you guys, that I could play that don't give me a copyright strike.
But so far, 3-piece is doing great. You know, it's allowing me to monetize all my videos. And we're doing good as well. Because everything that I've tried to monetize is going through. So hi you guys. I did I wanted to make sure that everybody checks the community chat, because sometimes it'll be last minute and I'll say, like, do you want me to do a panel or something like that? You know, I might ask questions or put up a post. So just make sure when you go to my YouTube channel, it's like tabs at the top and one of them says community. Sometimes I put updates up there. So I had like 8 people say they want to do a panel. So we'll see how far we can go tonight. And if not, then we'll go ahead and do one tomorrow. So I did put the chat on subscriber only mode. And that way we're going to keep the trolls out. We're going to keep anybody out. You know, sometimes people are trying and disappear and come back. We're going to keep them out the chat. Okay. So that way I don't have to worry about that, because everybody that's talking, we know y'all subscribed. Hey, y'all. What's going on, Nene B? Elvira, Miss Lady T. What's going on? Y'all, somehow I messed up my camera trying to test out some different software and everything. But, you know, we'll see. I'm going to try and get my camera fixed. But somehow the software I downloaded is trying to override my camera. But I'll get it figured out. Miss Lady T, you timed out. Nene B, what you do that for? Oh, okay. You said it was an accident. Okay. Can you bring them back? Bring Nene B back. Okay, so I guess after 300 seconds, Nene B, you'll be back. All right, you guys. So we're gonna get right into it. Let's see. We're gonna have a panel. You know, I don't know who's gonna come on the panel. I haven't talked to anybody and say, hey, come on the panel. So as you know, this is a real channel. You know, we don't just have one-sided information. We talk to everybody over here because we want to get all the information. We don't want to be like sheep and everybody following each other. We want both sides, okay? So if somebody else from the other side comes in, then, you know, we here to listen to them. Don't remember, you can attack their comment, just don't attack them, okay? Hey, Diane Lett, what's going on? What's good? What's good? All right, y'all, get the likes up. Let me get 20 likes and then we're going to get started. Let me see where my likes is at. It's showing 5. Let me go out and come back in. Yeah, it's always something. When you trying to do something, it'll try and take you out. It's pitiful. It is absolutely pitiful. Okay, Chi-Town's finest. What's good? All right, you guys. So the topic that we talking about, I'm hanging in there, Miss Let. You know, I'm maintaining. It's always something. I'm much better. My mom's doing better. You know, and that was my main concern. So, you know, just maintaining, paying bills, trying to make it through. Everybody say happy birthday to Miss Lady T. I forgot about that. Miss Lady T, was your birthday yesterday or today? I can't remember. 312, what's good? 71st Suburban. Y'all give Miss Lady T a happy birthday. Dolores. 24 in the chat. Okay, and 12 in the. All right. Y'all get the likes up, please. Moment of silence for the likes, and then we're gonna start the panel. At least give me 15 or something. Dang, y'all. Let me get 15. 15 likes. Free Kells, nothing. Let me drop the link. Let Mac, I definitely want to hear what you got to say. I want to hear what Lil Mac got to say. Come on in here, y'all. Anybody want to join the panel, you can. And like before, I have to apologize because I didn't know that we could cuss on YouTube and still get monetized. But the thing is, it like I said, it can't be no. Well, I ain't gonna say that it can't be. I don't like no unnecessary cussing. You see what I'm saying? I don't like no unnecessary cussing. So, just talk the way you talk. I don't know if y'all notice on some channels, every other word is a cuss word. This ain't that over here. Okay. We want to be able to understand what you're saying along with your cuss words. I like to call it strategic cussing. Okay. But be natural, be normal, be your normal self. Nene B, Miss Lady T made a mistake and timed you out. Okay, I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, Miss Lady T made a mistake and accidentally timed you out. Okay, what's good, Chi-Town?
What up, Skyye? What up, chat? How everybody doing?
All right, I'm hanging in there. So the topic that we talking about today is I want the trial only. We only talking about the Chicago trial. These past 3 days. What's going on? What you think about Kells, BonJean, any other witnesses? Go at it. You got the flow.
I think this is a repeat of the New York trial, to be honest with you. I see a lot of the stuff the government doing and been doing and have done.
Okay, like what?
Okay, I'm just gonna put my opinion out here. If I was a juror and this girl telling me that her first sexual encounter with R.Kelly was at the age of 15, but she began having sex with everybody else now. Everybody at 17. If I was the juror, that means you start having sex with him at 17 as well.
Okay. Why you say that though? Why you think like that is 17?
Because group sex was common in their sexual um bedroom or whatever you want to call it. It in my opinion.
Okay.
And it's been said that Drea slept with everybody he slept with. It's been said she said she slept with all these people. But
Oh,
why?
that's what the girl said.
Yeah, but she said she was 17 when she slept with everybody else.
Okay.
He was the only person she slept with at the age of 15. I can't get with that one.
Okay. Okay. Jeff,
Either you lying to protect them
get on,
or
Miss
you just lying all the way around the board. You was 17 when you fucked everybody.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, we got Lil Mac. If we can get Jeff in here, we about to have us a good panel. What's going on, Lil Mac?
What up, Jeff? I mean, Lil Mac.
What's up, Shot Town Friday? Scott, like, how y'all living?
Hey, hang it in there, maintaining.
I heard that, heard that. So, what's
Needy
your
B, you
take on
coming
it,
on
Sky?
the panel? Who else? Dolores. I got to call people out. 312. Diane Lake. Who else in here? Miss Lady T. Elvira. We ain't had you on no panel yet. Did she come up one time? I can't remember. We'll see. Okay, but go ahead. Go ahead, Shatan. Shatan.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm not you okay. Go ahead, finish.
Well, that was basically where I was going with it. I think her testimony has a lot.
Oh no, she got knocked out. Jeff Taylor. So I got Lil Mac and Jeff Taylor. What's good, y'all? Today the topic 312. Come back if you can. Okay, there she go.
Oh no, I got kicked off. I guess my internet popped out.
Oh,
But
okay.
I feel like her testimony had a lot of discrepancies in it. Um, in my opinion, I saw a lot of truth and I saw a lot of lies.
Okay. So what you want to talk on the truths you saw in her testimony? Oh, she got kicked out again. Dang. What's good, Lil Mac and Jeff?
What's up, Skyye? How you doing?
I'm maintaining. So
Yeah,
what?
I
Oh
think
wait.
she was
See,
forced to
Jeff done
testify.
came up here and messed everybody's phones up. What up, Jeff?
He done jinxed the panel. Wait, go ahead, Lil Mac.
Yeah, I think her she was forced to testify, and I think they used like twisted her arm and used whatever they had against her. Like they said, like they paid for an apartment and did all this such and such. I don't think her intention was to testify against Kells, and like Shatan just said, it was a lot of truth in it, and also it was a lot of lies in her testimony.
Okay. So what do you think her truths were? Because that's what I'm curious to know. What do y'all think? Like, was she telling the truth? Do you believe her? I mean,
I think she was telling the truth about the like the threesomes and all that with drill and how Sparkle introduced her and told her to sit on the lap. Now I believe all that was truthful, but like I don't think she was having sex with kids like at the age of 14, 15 because she couldn't even get the age right when they was asking her about it. I think the cruise lady, you know what I'm saying, coerced her to say all this stuff because like you know what I'm saying, like it just seemed rehearsed. If you just peep it and then because she couldn't get like the fast grade.
okay.
It
So
was
you
like a
know
very
more than I do then, because I haven't got the transcript for the 18th yet, but I will be getting it because I think I'm gonna at least try and get the first 3 days, and we just had to see what we could do from there. But that's what she was saying. She was saying that she was mixing between the age of 14 and 15.
she was saying
Yep.
she was saying she was on the tape at 14, but then she had turned back around and when they redirect her, she said that she was 15 when she lost her virginity. So how can you be on the tape at 14 when you said you lost your virginity at 15?
Oh, right. That don't add up.
Right. And then you slept with nobody else until you was 17.
Yeah, I don't believe that neither. Cause we all know, especially as females, once you turn the snack on, it don't turn off.
Right.
So
Yeah, the saying is once Pandora's box is open, you can't close it.
yeah, that's it. I mean, it's gonna be. Well, let me not say that, because some people do have religious reasons where they fall back, but normally, especially at that age, once it's on, it just don't turn off like that. Okay. So what else, Lil Mac? What you think about BonJean coming in for the mistrial right off the rip?
But he doing her thing in courtroom. I can't even knock that though. And from what I take it, the Leonard Webber guy, he's being pretty fair, better than what's the Dunny lady name in the last round? Yeah,
Donnie. Yeah.
he being very, you know what I'm saying, fair, you know what I'm saying,
They
with
said he
the
overruling
stuff.
everything, and he don't like keep up, like he old and don't be keeping up.
Yeah, he let Jennifer have the flow, baby. Every
He
time
let
the
Junior have her way though.
prosecution tried to object, he overruled and let her
Oh,
go.
for real?
Yeah, he
Yes,
was letting Junior have her way.
he did not let none of them objections go through when the cross examination was going on.
Wow. See, I can't wait to get that transcript. I can't wait. I got to see what's going on. We got Diane Lett to the panel. What's good, Diane Lett?
Hey, Diane.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
But
Uh
but
huh.
Yep, we hear
you
you.
know,
Okay, let Lil
another
Mac
thing.
finish, and then we're gonna let Jeff speak, and then we're gonna get to you, Diane.
Oh, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna fall back. Another thing I found interesting too was she told Angel Cruz that Kells don't like females that's underage. So what you doing testifying saying that you on the tape when you was underage? That don't make sense neither.
Wait, say that again.
She told the agent cruise lady that
Uh-huh.
kids don't like underage girls, and then the women, the little female that she claimed she would introduce to him, Jennifer BonJean, said in her opening statement that those girls was of age when kids slept with them. So I'm thinking she lying. Like when it comes to that part about the tape, she just saying what Cruz want her to say because the women, the two girls is in the indictment along with Tracy Sampson and the other two is her friends. But Jennifer BonJean said in her open statement that those women was of age when Kelly slept with them. And not only they were trying to do the same thing Lisa Van Allen do, they were trying to extort him out of $30,000. So either how can she say she slept with him at underage, but the other women that you said you introduced her, they didn't sleep with them till she was of age. So that don't make sense neither.
Right. So I'm gonna ask you everybody a question at the end. Um, yeah, I ask everybody a question at the end. Okay, let's see what Jeff got to say. Jeff, what's good? What you got to say? Uh-oh, see there? Jeff, we'll give him a minute so he can come on. Diane, let you. Oh, wait, he ready. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, my bad. What's popping? What's popping, everybody? How y'all doing on this early morning slash evening? I
What
guess
up, Jeff?
We maintaining what's good.
it was good. I just want to point us in a different direction.
Uh-oh.
With my thing is this, as far as the young lady that in her testimony and everything of that. I think that I'm not gonna bash that young lady because I understand that these young women are nothing but a smoke screen in this situation.
Fact.
It's it's
Right.
more about the government and their exploitation of black people, and we see this play out. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's more of an insult to injury to see that her reward for her testimony was that of Section 8 or government assistance
Uh-huh.
when she could have very well got millions upon millions from a certain platform for her testimony years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So um as and I'm trying to look at it through the lens of a mother that's living from pillow to post. I didn't know that she was struggling that hard that she would have to succumb to Section 8 for her testimony. You know,
And I
that
see I didn't know that. Was that in the transcripts?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it
Rob
was.
R.Kelly took care of that whole family up until 2019.
So you telling me that even now she's still living? Oh, you talking about then they was living pillar to post, or now she's still no, this got to be now because she got the Section 8 now. You telling me now she's still living pillar to
Well,
post?
Scott, check
Yeah,
this out, Sky. Check this out, Scott. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shot Time.
No. I'm listening to you.
This is what I'm gathering. And what I'm gathering is that Rashana, her backbone was her father and her godfather, which is Kells. So when she fell on hard times, that's who she turned to. Was Kells, her daddy gone, Kells locked up. So she
right. That
was
makes sense.
forced into a situation where she doesn't have anybody to turn to. So therefore, I'm not gonna bash that young lady, and I encourage other supporters not to because she withheld this testimony for 20 plus years until she was backed into a corner. And if you have never been interrogated by the authorities, I would encourage you to shut up and watch because
Yeah.
none of these people wanted to give testimony. If you go to the New York trial, they all said they didn't want to be there. When you got the federal government on your back and they are forcing you in a position where you have to choose life or death, in a sense, then and it's a female, and then me as a man, I just can't find myself in a position where and I think Kells would have probably told her, do what you got to do to survive. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
The
now
the
hold on right there. I want to comment. We welcoming Robert Keller to the panel, you guys.
What's
Again,
Hey,
up,
Mr.
buddy?
Keller.
What up?
Keller is
What up?
from, for those that don't know, Keller is from the other side. Okay, and once again, if you do not attack him, only attack his comment if you disagree. Okay, but let me say this, Jeff. Okay, because I haven't got that transcript yet. Okay, so
And I want to respond to you too.
okay, and this is my problem. So Keller, basically, we're gonna let Diane let's speak next. I mean, after me, Chi-Town respond, Diane, then this will be you. This is my problem. So all this money, and this is the problem that people, I want them to truly understand about me. Okay, you have to always plan and set yourself for the win in life. You telling me you and your family got thousands of dollars, okay, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and over the years, you know, and you telling me you at the point where you grown, and to my understanding, you have kids, and you still not on or in a situation where you stable. Help me understand that, Jeff. That's weird to me.
I mean, and you know, I totally understand, and I feel you. I mean, to somebody like us that had to get it out the mud and do it for ourselves, you know, it's
You
that
got put
simple.
on. Big homie put you on.
Man, they put you on. But, hey, if you ain't prepared, you know, you better. Hey, that's why they say the best preparation is be prepared before, so you don't have to get prepared. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But when they come at you and you in that situation and, you know, it's right there in front of you, because she didn't want to do this. Let's be clear. Rashonda did not want to go against R.Kelly. She could have been did that if that's what she wanted to do. It wasn't into the federal government. So I'm focusing all my energy towards them, because they are the ones that if we're going to talk about a problem, we got to get to the root of the problem, because it could be Rashonda, it could be whoever. I don't want to target these young ladies. I want to look at the root of the problem. They exploit our culture. You know, they exploit people that she was in need. Obviously, she was in need of shelter. Obviously, she was in need of a place to go as a mother. You know, she couldn't rely on her dad. Her dad's gone. She couldn't rely on Kells because he's locked up. So she was just putting money on his books. That's been authenticated. She was reaching out to him when Surviving Lies came out. She texted him and said, "Don't let the devil get you down." She was in his corner. You know what I'm saying? Until the pressure got too deep. I done seen some straight thug dudes that couldn't handle that type of pressure. So for me, as a man looking at a young lady in that situation, I got to put the kid gloves on and try to look at it from all angles. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I get you, and I'm with you. And like I've been saying this, the feds basically, in my mind, they came in and said either you're gonna get down or you're gonna lay down. You gotta pick a side, and if you don't pick our side, like I heard little clips that people saying that we gonna prosecute you. We have no problem prosecuting you with Kells. So when you hear that, of course you don't want to be on that side. So I mean, I agree with you on that. Yeah. Because, you don't want to be interrogated by no police officer. You don't want to be in any of that stuff. Okay. And I totally agree with you on that. I agree.
Right. Everybody not built for that. It takes a certain, you got to be cut from a certain cloth to even tell them, like, man, F you, what you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, but like you're saying, the reality of it is when they come, either you going to talk, you going to be on our side or his side. And his side is we about to run you through this federal system. Are you able to do time? I don't want to sit in the back seat of the police car. Okay.
Right.
But I tell you one thing, I'm standing on the truth. Okay. I don't give a damn however it go. I'm not about to sit up there and create no lies now. If that does send me to jail, then that's just what's gonna have to be. But you know, if that's not what it is, then you know what I'm saying, I'm always remain with the truth.
Right. So that's what we got to go from. We got to separate the truth from the lies. And
Yeah.
I think she was so inconsistent. I think that she was inconsistent on purpose. You know what I'm saying? I would go so far to even say this. I think everybody think when, you know, in New York, when he got that letter from somebody that wrote him, one of the accusers, they think it was as real like the feds have. I think it was Roshana that wrote him and told him that they had my hands tied behind my back. I'm still, you know, I tried to get a lawyer. I tried to do it. If you line it up with everything that happened from 2019, from when he went in custody, they tried to get a lawyer. They went public with the lawyer to say that I wasn't going to do it. See, these people would twist your life upside down, inside out.
Tell them.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I've been on the other side. I flip calendars. I've seen Christmases go by, birthdays go by. I've seen Thanksgivings go by. Not a lot of them, on 3 or 4 of them, but enough to know.
When many. More than one is too many.
Too many, right? So when you telling somebody, look, man, you gonna be gone. You see what Griselda Maxwell went. You gonna be like Jeff Epstein. And y'all gonna be Bonnie and Clyde 2022 if you don't, you know.
Yeah. You're gonna be in prison making burritos and what they call it, and doo-wops, getting doo-wops. So
right, you know what I'm saying. And if you not, you know, I mean, she tried to hold it down as long as she could. So I'm just trying to give her that much. Now, if you lied, you need to be exposed, right? I'm all for that, but I don't want to drag her because I'm looking at like the time frame. I'm looking at where the state couldn't flip her, but the feds did. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to give her that, you know, I don't want the supporters, because see, that's what they like to do. They like to say, oh, we just bash these girls. We so hard.
Not the supporters or non-supporters.
Right. You know, I don't want to fall off into that trap. I want everybody to put their, you know, their 3D glasses on and look at this from a different perspective before we go out there and get to bashing them, because that's what they looking for. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but I yield back. You know, I appreciate the opportunity, Skyye.
Okay, we're gonna let Diane go next, but let's be clear. And as you know, Jeff, on this channel, we don't do no bashing. But see, people who don't support Kells don't understand that we don't have to believe these women, and that's our right. Okay, and so when we ask questions about them and when we make comments about them, that doesn't mean we bashing them. We don't have to believe them. There's no book wrote that say we gotta believe them and we can't ask questions about them. And fair exchange ain't no robbery. If you want to make comments about Kells being this, a monster, a pedo, and all this other stuff, you think we can't get down on you? That's not how it works.
Hey, Skyye, before you finish, I hate to interject, but I do want to make it clear that I do not believe everything Roshana tested. I don't believe what she said, all that. I believe like some of that was some fluff that they gave her a script to read. So I want to be clear to everybody that's listening. I'm not saying that she told the exact truth. I don't believe that. I believe that she was given a script to read to fulfill what they wanted her to do to make sure that she didn't go to jail, because that's how they play. I'm just saying she's a smoke screen. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I don't want nobody to think like I'm trying to cat for or nothing like that. I'm just want to make people, you know, aware of the full picture, but I yield back.
Okay. Well, don't go nowhere, because I just want everybody to get their intro and then y'all can have an interchange. Diane, go ahead and speak. You got the flow.
Okay. Jennifer pulled out some text messages on Rashonda and read all them text messages and introduced them text messages to the court. And she was trying to get a hold of Kells. She kept trying to text him, "Where are you at? I need to talk to you. This, you know." And then comes to find out, She finally got a hold to him. Kells didn't never text her back. He didn't do anything. So, but when she finally got a hold to him, she said, my mom's mother died, and she needs to, my mom wants to talk to you. And he said, what's the number? But I don't know if Kells even called the number or whatever, But I'm with everybody else. I do not believe anything that girl's saying, because she said she met Kells when she was 14, but she didn't have sex with him until she was 15. And then she had sex with him over 100 sometimes. Really? I don't believe that at all. And those images that they showing is from the internet. They don't have the actual video from Jim Derogatis. They not showing video 4, only the one with Rashonda in it. The first 2 with Rashonda in it from those images and stuff. So all this is just a setup, period, point blank, just to get Kells. Just because he was found guilty in the New York, they try to hang him with some more time. And as far as I'm with this last guy that just said that the government gave her a script because she had a paper, reading from a paper, just like everybody else in New York. They had scripts to look at. Nothing's coming from the heart, So that's my take on it. I mean, but Jennifer is nailing it to the wall. She's nailing it to the wall. She done got everybody, the detectives and everybody else, all tangled up like a pretzel. I mean, Jennifer is working them.
Oh, I know she is. I know she is. Based on reading the first one.
Yeah, I wish she would have been in New York. Kells would be home by now.
Yeah.
If Kells would have, if Jennifer was on there at first, Kells wouldn't be doing this. I think they're gonna have a acquittal.
Okay, so you saying for the acquittal? Okay.
Yeah, because this trial here is nothing like New York at all. Jennifer's tearing them to pieces to pieces.
Okay.
She done asked for like 2 or 3 mistrials.
Oh, she did. So she did some more. Oh, go Jennifer, go.
Yeah, she done asked for 2 or 3 mistrials. She's tearing them up.
Yeah, Jennifer doing a hell of a good job. She's doing a great, excellent job.
She's killing it. She's killing it.
Oh Lord! All right, well, we gonna catch up, because trust me, hopefully by tomorrow, I had the next day, because I read Wednesday, so I need Thursday to read, and then I could read what happened Friday. Yeah, so we'll be caught up. All right, Robert Kelly, go ahead. What you got to say?
Man, first of all, I want to say shout out to Shot-Town. I ran into her, met her at the trial Friday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she cool. She cool as hell. She didn't believe it was me. She was like, Keller? Are you sure you're Keller? Like, yeah, it's me. God damn it. But no, she cool as hell, man. Shout out to
I sure didn't believe that was him.
I had to take my mask. I had to risk getting COVID to show it was me. I had to take my mask from the courtroom. Like, it's me, God damn it. But yeah, she cool as hell. Actually, you know what? When I went to the trial Friday, it was only me and another person that was, anti R.Kelly.
Okay.
And for the most part, I mean, the other person, it's a different story with her, but I only could speak with me. Everybody was cool as hell, as far as the supporters that was down there. Other person, it was a little situation.
Really?
I could get to that, but
wow.
but for me,
you ain't tell me about the drama. Now we want to know that. We'll get that later though. Okay, go ahead.
but for me, everybody that I ran into and talked to that was on the other side was embracing me. It was cool. It was hell. I was kind of nervous. I was trying to be like in the cut because I know the hatred towards me online, but everybody was cool as hell. But
Man, Kelly, you might as well go on here join Team Kill. I don't know why you
Right.
playing.
Right.
never, never. Well, as far as the trial, uh, I don't know what you guys been looking at, even the pretrial. As far as with BonJean, every major motion that she put in was never approved. So that's a loss within itself. These last 2 days, especially Thursday and Friday, I honestly don't know how they will be able to recover from Thursday and Friday, especially Friday. BonJean did everything in her power to prevent these tapes from being allowed in court, but it was allowed and it was played. They saw it they watched a visual depiction of R.Kelly sexually assaulting minor number one for over 30 minutes. And when she did her cross with Jane or minor number one, she never touched them tapes. Didn't come nowhere near the tape. She never said this wasn't R.Kelly on there. And that's not good. That's not good. As far as the other stuff going on, with Sparkle, it's not a good look. I don't know if she's testifying, but I will say it's not a good look for Sparkle. If she's going to testify, she's going to have some explaining to do.
Why you
However,
say it's not a good look for Sparkle? Why you say that?
if what Jane said was true, it's not a good look. However, even though it's not a good look, that's not what he's in court for. When they go and deliberate, they're not going to be deliberating on what Sparkle did or didn't do. They're not going to be deliberating on Andrea having threesomes. They're not going to be deliberating on that. They're going to be deliberating as far as the charges. They're going to be deliberating on, was this him on the tape? Was this her on the tape? And was she getting sexually assaulted?
Okay.
And that's a problem for R. Kelly.
Well, look at this. This is what I try and tell you and other people legal. Okay, yes, the judge is gonna come in and give them instructions on how they supposed to rule. But
Right.
what you all have to understand is a human is a human. Okay. You can't ask a human not to act within their human behavior. And when you pay attention, see, I like to analyze all of this. What BonJean is doing, okay, while you listen to her questions, she is trying to minimize everything that they saying about Kells. Okay. So she's saying, because how long were you, when did you have sex with him? So how long after that did you maintain a relationship with him? You see what I'm saying? She got this girl to basically come up to
I don't remember her
2019.
saying none of that. I don't remember her saying none of that. When she did her cross examination, she started when she was 17. She didn't talk about when she was 14, 15, and 16. She started when she was 17 years old and went all the way up to when she was in her 30s when Surviving R. Kelly came out.
Hey, Robert, we not
No,
finna do
no,
this
no,
tonight.
no,
We
no,
not.
no, 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 no. I got to say something. She said when she started having sex with Kells, she was 15 years old, and they did it over 100 sometimes.
Exactly.
Well, I'm talking about
And
BonJean,
so,
not the government. That's the
but
government,
she,
man. Hold on,
but
let me finish.
she, but
Go
she.
ahead,
Wait a minute, let me finish
because I
this.
didn't
And
cut you
she
off.
said,
Go
and
ahead.
she said that she moved in with him when she was 17, all the way up until she was 26.
Okay,
And
so
see, and add to that, that he put her through college and she worked and she tried to lie. Everything that she said was a lie and a contradiction. So
Okay.
what
So
Bonjean
what I'm
basically is
saying,
doing is showing that she's not a credible witness. And I think that Rashana is trying to prove herself not credible because she keeps misappropriating her age. She's making these statements that she said that are totally contrary to what she said to the grand jury. So she said she lived with the man and his wife, and the wife slept with her too. So
yeah, she was having threesome with Drea
I got
and
all that. So I get all
some of
that.
her
She's
friends and stuff
okay,
too.
so
Wait, hold on, y'all. Okay, let me finish what I was saying. Then Kelly, you can finish what you were saying. I was saying this. BonJean is minimizing everything that they're saying. Okay, when she's trying, because she basically, like you're saying, got into the point that she's established a relationship with this man. So if it was abuse, like I told you guys with the last case, why did she stay? Okay, you not only stayed, but you maintained a relationship, and not only did you stay, your father stayed working for him. Your parents stayed making taking money from him.
praise.
You see what I'm saying? So she's building reasonable doubt. Now I understand what the law is, and I understand they're going to charge on the law. But you all have to understand these human factors that BonJean is bringing in is to minimize any type of Kells' guilt. Okay, now go ahead, Kelly.
all right. So as far as when she said she was 14 years old, and the 15-year-old, that was with the government. She was 14 years old when she was sexual. R.Kelly didn't penetrate her; he was just eating her out. It wasn't until she was 15 when the penetration happened. That came from the government, not BonJean. So when BonJean testified, did her cross, she didn't touch. She didn't talk about her being 14, 15, none of that. She got on it a little bit and it got right off. She asked her when she had threesomes with the other girls, Pinky and Brittany. She said, wasn't it true that you were over 17? She said, no, I was under 17. And she got right off of it. She didn't touch the tape. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Don't interrupt him.
No.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'll let you guys talk. Let him finish, please.
When it came to saying, is this what as far as the tapes with Roshana, she didn't touch it on her cross. We got the transcripts, so I mean,
she's gonna pull that up in her closing.
Go ahead, Diane.
She's gonna pull that up in her closing.
Well,
and let me ask y'all. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. What in the hell is a 14-year-old? What 14-year-old gonna say? Piss on my ass. You love this 14-year-old Pussy? What 14-year-old says that?
Well, we just heard the 14-year-old say it.
She had to be older than fucking 14.
You was there. You was there too, weren't you?
No, I'm just saying. I'm using common sense. I'm using common sense as a mother.
Okay, I'm asking you. Were you there in the courtroom Friday?
It doesn't matter
but
about
she said
that.
she
I'm
lost her
using common
virginity
sense.
at 15.
Yes, penetration. She was penetrated at 15.
But when they showed the tape to the jury, it's on the transcripts what she said.
Right.
She was directing Kells. If that is Kells, I don't think it's Kells.
Both of them said that. Like she said the 14-year-old and he said it. Both of them
let's
said
not
it.
get into the weeds. I hate the weeds. Stay out the weeds, y'all. Go stick to the topic.
But if they was penetrating on the tape and she's saying she 14, she testified that She lost her virginity at 15, meaning she
Exactly.
wasn't penetrated until she was
But
15.
that 14-year-old stuff, that was the penetration being done there, or was he
Yeah,
just eating her out? He was just eating her out and pissing on her.
they was penetrating like a
Because she
motherfucker.
asked him,
No, 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 no.
she asked him to piss on her.
Well, we strictly talking about the 14-year-old thing. There was no was there.
But
It was just
but
pissing and eating asshole and shit. There wasn't no penetration. She
no
testified.
no
Okay, y'all
no
get out the
no.
weeds, please. Get out the weeds.
Where the weeds
Get to the
at? Where
topic.
the weeds at?
The weeds is
I'm not
y'all
in the
saying
weeds.
she
I'm
said
just
this
saying.
and okay, hold on. Let me speak. The weeds is y'all arguing over these
Court.
persons said it was 14. They said that's weeds. Get to the topics, y'all. The
Okay,
topic
so
is
let's get out the weeds. So at the end of the day, what it's going to come down to for him to be innocent is that he didn't sexually assault her when she was under 17.
okay.
Regardless if she was 14, 15, 16, she have to be over 17
No, she
for
gotta
him
be
to be
17.
found innocent
Okay.
of
Thank
those
you, Kelly,
charges.
for your input.
She gotta be
Y'all go
17
ahead and
or
talk.
older. Yeah, but what Keller keeps thinking that he wants Jennifer to get in the weeds just like he wants to. He ain't even just basically just charged for the tape. She also charged with obstruction.
I
She
can
just
barely
can't
hear
sit
you.
there. She just
Yeah,
can't
Mac,
sit
you a
there.
little low.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you still low, but go ahead.
She just can't sit there all day and keep fumbling over those tapes when it already been proven that those
Hey, y'all
tapes
hit
are
the
not
mute
even
button if y'all not talking so we can make sure we hear him.
and those tapes are even not even authentic anyway. The
They
federal government
authenticated it
isn't supposed to.
Friday. They authenticated the
Wait,
mess out
let
of
him
them Friday.
talk. No, wait now, y'all don't do that. No talking over each other because that it
I'm
sounds
just correcting them.
bad.
Go ahead. I'm just
Okay, yeah,
correcting them, but
but
go
let
ahead.
him talk though. Go ahead.
Yeah, the tapes are not authentic. That came out. So what she's testifying to now? How can she? So basically, we going off her testimony when we know that she's been in contact with Angel Cruz. So how do we know that this lady ain't, you know what I'm saying, coercing her to say this? We need to know are those. We just can't bank on her testimony. They need to know those factuals or those tapes are real or not. You just can't say she can't come in and say that she's on the tape.
Okay, Keller, you want to
Okay,
respond?
so yes, they did authenticate them Friday.
I didn't
Uh,
hear that. I didn't hear that about they being authenticated. Are they real?
okay, so they brought
I
in
ain't
an
even get the
agent.
transcripts yet.
Nope.
Okay,
Also heard that they didn't show no tape. They only
okay,
showed pictures and
okay. Let me talk about the authentication real quick.
Jennifer did touch on it.
Uh,
Go ahead.
All right, so they authenticated them Friday. They brought in a special agent. The first portion of the authentication. What the special agent did? I think she worked for Homeland Security. This particular person. What she did was uh, did like well, for the first damn, can't say that damn word, authentication was with Rashonda saying that yes, that's me and him. That was the first part. Then the Homeland Security came in and they did side by side comparison as far as the pictures with him
They didn't show
and
no tapes, fella. They showed pictures,
hold on.
and there was no
Hold on, they
tapes.
did. Let me finish real quick. So they did side by side comparisons, as far as with Rashona and with him, and then they had another person come in from like a company or something to see if it has been altered. She testified something about the if it was altered, the hash value would be changed. Even with the well, they call it analog, but they consider analog as VHS. So she said if it was any type of alteration or edit, some type of hash value or some shit would be changed. So they did that right after Rashawn finished testifying. They authenticated it. I mean, authenticated. When the other lady came on, the second lady, BonJean, would not let her talk. She kept objecting and objecting and objecting. I thought it was very unprofessional of her because the judge kept saying God damn it, overruled. Wait till you do your cross. All your concerns, you can come out on the cross. She said that the government didn't give her the information. Come to find out on the cross, she asked them that they turn the information over, and they did. So it was just, she would not let her talk because she was in the process of validating and authenticating that tape. And BonJean could not afford for that to happen. And she kept objecting every time she said something. She would not let her talk for shit. It came to the point where they had to stop it and was like, okay, she's getting to the point where she just prolonging this. She's just prolonging this. So it has been authenticated Friday. They authenticated the mess out of it.
Okay, so let me make a comment, and this is what one of the Elvira said in the chat. What you saying can't be true, and based on what you saying is you basically crossing her testimony, because they said that she was 14 when she was in the sex tape, but you saying that she said she didn't get penetrated till she was 15.
It's multiple tapes. It's multiple tapes. Which one are you talking about? So I think that's where the confusion is coming at. You got multiple tapes.
I mean, but even if it's one tape, and you're saying that she said she didn't get
No,
penetrated
no,
till 15,
She
no,
said
so
she
it
lost her
doesn't matter which.
virginity
no,
at
no.
15. She said she lost her virginity at 15.
Okay, but if she
No,
lost her
no,
virginity at 15 and they saying she was 14 in the tape, then it's
Right.
still a lie.
there were no multiple tapes. They used the same tape from the last trial, and they took time stamps from each other one of those tapes.
No,
So Kelly, I don't know
it
what
was
you're
three
talking
different
about.
tapes.
Yeah, it was
Three different
no, it was
videos.
no different tapes. It was one tape from the last scene of the last trial they used, and it was
Hey,
another part of tape. Tape four didn't even get in because that was Dre and Lisa Van Allen on that, bro. I think you got your info mixed up, bro. It
ask
wasn't no
somebody,
those.
ask one
It's
of,
the same. It's the
ask,
same tape from the
ask
last
Shot
trial. They
Town and
just
the other
swapped
lady.
it.
They was there. They can verify that for me. They was there when they
All of
went
the
over to
chat
the three
keepers
different ones. So
comments, guys. Do not
they was
attempt
Well,
to
there
they
and they can
saying,
verify
right? They
it.
saying that
hold on, hold on, hold
they
on, hold
have
on, hold on. Let me
three
say,
different tapes. But what Lil Mac is saying is what we discovered a long time ago from Michael Avenatti, that they took that tape
Oh,
been
okay.
chopped up 3-4 different
Oh, I
ways.
see what he's saying. Yeah. So you're right. I apologize. You're right. So yes. So yeah, with Marco Avenatti or whoever turned on the tape, he turned over one tape with three different scenes, and they cut those up and said three different videos. So yeah, you're right as far as that. I misunderstood you, and I apologize. But it is three separate scenes, but they all were on one tape. You're absolutely right.
okay, so but this is what I'm saying. Based on what you're saying, is it's still a lie, because if you saying that she didn't get penetrated until what is he saying? If she didn't get penetrated until she was 15, then how was she 14 on the tape and getting penetrated?
Because it's multiple tapes, it's multiple videos. So which video are you
You're not
talking about?
understanding what I'm saying. You can only be 14 once. You can
Right.
only be 15 once. Okay. So either you
Okay.
got penetrated when you was 14 or you got penetrated when you was 15, regardless of the tapes. Was it
Okay, well, I only
14?
can go off what her testimony was. She said that she didn't get, she lost her virginity at 15. Now, on the tapes, you hear her saying, piss on this 14-year-old box and 14-year-old a-hole, and he's eating her out. So we know, and he's pissing on her. So that's not, even though she's being sexually assaulted, I don't think she considered that as her losing her virginity. That's just me thinking. I don't think she thought being pissed on and her getting ate out was losing her virginity. So that's just me thinking. Now, if you consider that losing your virginity, then I go. I guess you're right.
Okay, well, we ain't going into weeds with that. I mean, penetration is penetration. Everybody
Well,
here know what time it is. But
But
next topic. What do you
another
all
thing,
think of? Huh?
let me say this and I'm gonna shut up. Another thing contradicting her story is that Jennifer BonJean said in the in the open argument that those women that she introduced him to, they didn't have sex with Rob when they was underage. They had sex with him when they was of age. So how did they have threesomes? She's in the line saying they had threesomes when they're of age, and Robert said those girls were trying to extort him, and they was of age when they had sex. So She lying there too. So all that right there bring
She
in
never
reasonable
lied.
doubt.
She never lied. BonJean asked her that very specific question. She said, and this is right when she went into actually Andrea. Right after that, she asked her about the threesomes with Pinky and Brittany and somebody else. And she said, "Isn't it true that you had a threesome with them when you were over 17?" And she said, "No, I was not. It was when I was under 17."
She lied, but I beg to differ. But when
Yeah,
Jennifer
we ain't got to argue,
open,
get in the weeds again.
Well,
Stop
definitely just
playing.
go on what she
but
said
Jennifer
in the
open her
testimony, bro.
but Jennifer opened in her open argument said that those girls was of age. She said
Okay,
those
that's
girls
what
really.
BonJean said. That's what BonJean said. BonJean wasn't there though. So when you
Okay.
go to ask somebody that was actually there, the question, she said, "No, I was under 17." But she did say I was 17 when it came to Andrea, over 17 with Andrea. So BonJean wasn't there in 1990, whatever it was, when he was staying on George Street. But the person that was there was asked that question. And she
Okay.
answered and said, "I was under 17." I mean,
Okay. The next topic is this. Okay, because we not finna go on the weeds. We got a lot to discuss.
everything in the weeds.
What?
Wow. Everything in
No,
the weeds.
because it is. If you
All
talking
right.
about arguing over whether she was 14 or 15, that to me is senseless. You see what I'm saying? That
You're
doesn't make
right.
sense to me.
Because
It
she got to
doesn't
be over
matter.
7. You're right. Because she got to be over 17. 14. You're right.
Yeah,
14, 15 don't matter. She got to be over
yeah,
17. You're absolutely
it's,
right.
it's just petty. So my thing is this: what do we think about the fact that these parents? And I mean, I can't. And you know what, Jeff? This is where you come in. I can't blame her. I can't blame the girl because she got it from her
Uh,
parents. She is a product of her parents. Because never in the history of my life have I ever experienced somebody else coming in and being a financial factor for not only my mother, but my father too. I can't
Uh,
even understand it. So
I
you
will
can't
agree with
blame
y'all on
her
that.
for
I
not
agree with
being
you.
stable and not being on at a later age because she hasn't had the role models to show her to be an independent, productive person in society because of clearly her parents were failures.
I agree wholeheartedly with you as far as the parents. They end up getting immunity. And I think they should be locked the fuck up, to be honest with you. Both of them.
but I mean, I would like to look at this from a different lens when we talk about, and guy and on the guy Robert, no disrespect. Sky made an excellent point, and I want to unpack that a little further when we talk about the culture, our culture, especially coming from, and I think we have 3 or 4 people that are from Chicago, and we talk about that time frame in the 90s, in the early 2000s, and prior to. This is something that is not anything that is not normalized in our society when you have high school females that date older guys and that whole dynamic, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and parents, my sister, I remember my sister was 17. She left home and her boyfriend was maybe 25, and it wasn't nothing. And this was in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't
Mm-hmm.
nothing that was not normal. Nobody looked at it like, my mother and my father were cool with it, you know what I'm saying? And it was normalized. So when we look at that and we couple that with how society is now, how can we, if the parents were complicit, who are we to judge, basically? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
If the
So
parents was cool with the situation, then why? I mean, that's between that young lady, that man, and her parents and God.
so
You
let me
know,
ask you this. So you said that as long as the parents, well, I got a couple questions for you, based on what you just said. So first question is, are you saying that if the parents is cool with it, uh, he should, they should just, disregard the law, regardless if it's illegal. If his parents is cool with it, even though it's illegal, they should don't even bother to take the court. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm saying this. if we're gonna lock him up, then we need to lock them up. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I agree
everybody
with
need
you.
to go to jail.
I agree with that part, but this particular question, I agree with you with that. I think parents should go to jail too. But what I'm asking you specifically is, are you saying that since the parents was cool with it, even though it's illegal, there's no need to even try this because the parents was cool with it? Is that what I'm understanding from you?
I mean, I would say, yeah. I mean, because in certain states,
right,
you know, they could be emancipated at 16.
I'm gonna second his comment. You already know that about me, though. But
I already know what you're gonna say, Scott.
Okay.
Second question: when they are deliberating this, do you think the jurors is going to say that, okay, so that was the culture back then, so we going to disregard the law and vote him innocent? Do you think that's what's going to happen in the deliberation?
I think that if the jurors are fair and not biased, they're going to see that none of these witnesses are credible. So why should we believe the credibility?
This question. I'm talking about the question that I'm asking you. Not
answering it. Let him finish.
I'm waiting. All right, go ahead.
Don't be rushing. Let him finish.
Right, I'm gonna get to.
Going in the weeds. He's going in the weeds.
No, he ain't in the weeds. Shut up.
I'm just saying, Mr. Keller, like if the parents are complicit, if the actual witness is proven to be a liar time and time again, and we have seen patterns of extortion, we have seen patterns of lies, we have seen patterns of this particular witness reaching out to further a relationship with this man, then why would we put this man in jail for the rest of his life when she wants to be with him? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't understand, like, why this would be in a federal courtroom, and this doesn't even seem like a civil matter to me. It seems like, you know, if we're going to prosecute one, we need to prosecute all.
Well, he's not the only one in jail right now for sexually assaulting minors. Plenty of people in jail right now.
We talk about this particular situation, the people that are directly involved.
It seems like he's the only one that, you know, that they target. No, it's plenty of people right now as we speak. That has been incarcerated for sexually assaulting a minor. He's not the only one. Can they get every single person? Hell no. Just like they can't get every single.
What we're not gonna do, brother, we're not gonna make Robert Kelly the poster child for everybody that slept with somebody that was a teenager in the 90s. We're not gonna make him the poster child for that.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's going to come down to did he violate the law that they bring him for, and do they have proof to show beyond a reasonable doubt that he violated these laws?
Let me say something to Esther. No bloggers' names in the chat. Esther Lumengo, no bloggers' names in the chat. Okay, go ahead.
They are going to be given very specific instructions. And unfortunately, it's not going to be, if this was the culture, then vote innocent. No, if he violated the law, and if the evidence show a proof that he is innocent, is guilty beyond a reasonable. Let me finish. Hold on.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If the evidence that was presented in court showed that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that's going to determine whether he's going to walk or be found guilty. Not the culture back in the 90s. Not if the parents. Not if she wanted it. Not if she wanted it.
Go ahead.
But hold on now, because now you're being selective. You're having selective outrage.
Let him finish.
You're being selective because the law of the land has always and continues to be precedented on the times. That's why there was no statute of limitations at a certain point in time, but the law has changed indicative to the times. So the time frame, so you cannot hold me accountable for something that the time frame was different for 50 years ago. 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
We're not talking about I wasn't talking about the law. I said the culture.
Yes, the culture changes. Therefore,
I said they're going to have to follow the law.
Did they not?
No, they don't. Because this is what you have to understand. Okay. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. I said this earlier and I'm going to repeat it again. Humans are going to be humans. They're going to be instructed.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. That if this happened, if you believe that this girl had sex before the age of 17 with Kells, then you must convict so-and-so. Okay. They said that. But if I'm sitting in a panel, I'm taking all the factors that I'm hearing BonJean talk about. She stayed with him till 2019. He held down not only her and her parents knew about this. These are human factors that are going to be weighed in. And BonJean knows it. That's why she's doing it. You guys aren't paying attention to that. She's not just up there talking. She's creating reasonable doubt. She's minimizing any level of Kells's guilt. That's what she's doing. I understand what the law is, but you got to understand these are humans sitting there. And if you have anybody that agrees with me and Jeff and anybody else in this panel, it's a walk. We only need one.
Hey, are you going to make the trial, Jeff?
No, hey, I'm staying away from all you motherfuckers. But let me go on here to say this shit. Right no disrespect. I'm in the cut. But I'm going to say this. The thing that is very, very, very strange to me when people talk about the law. Now, they have conveniently, law, right? come on now, let me finish. Yeah, they have conveniently lifted the statute of limitations surrounding this case so they can prosecute R.Kelly. So when we talk about laws, they are constructing and reframing laws around this particular situation. Now, when we talk about the culture and the law, they wanted to pin this on R.Kelly. So in order to do so, they had to strip the statute of limitations so they can prosecute him with this particular crime. Now, that is very, very important when we look at the lawmakers in this land. You know what I'm saying? And how they construct their laws and how they prosecute their citizens opposed to the law. So if that wasn't the case, why would they need to reframe a law such as the statute of limitations to persecute this man? I'll yield back.
All right, so I can answer that. So when it comes to those laws, especially laws like that, I'll give you a couple of examples. So that law, as far as those statute of limitations for sexually assaults against minors, was in existence with other states prior than Illinois, right? So what ended up happening is, slowly but surely, different states adopt that law, and that's what happened. And the same thing with weed law. It started off in Denver and Cali, and slowly but surely, different states began to adopt it, and that's what happened. Illinois adopted a law that was in existence with other states. That same law was in existence with other states. Illinois wasn't the first state to do this, but it was adopted.
I mean, you could justify it however you want, but at the end of the day, it still is what it is.
Hey, that's what happened. Okay. So now that they adopt that law, now, man, unfortunately, it's the law of the land now.
See, you tiptoeing out the back door, man. You're not addressing it head on.
No, I just told you what happened.
You playing games, man. Stop playing games, man. I asked you a specific question. Why would they change the statute of limitations, conveniently change the statute of limitations upon this man being indicted?
That wasn't, I just told you that they eventually was going to adopt it anyway, because that's what other states was doing.
I don't agree with that.
They've been listen, they've been trying to get that law passed 4 years before they got it passed. 4 years.
And when did this start? You don't think they knew that they had to lift that 4 years ago?
It's not just for him. Okay, this is not just for him. It's for him and everybody else like him.
Who else is facing this type of shit?
We got Epstein. Bill
No,
Cosby.
this is in
talking about
Illinois. I'm talking about
Illinois.
it, Illinois.
Right,
Nobody else
Illinois.
is facing these type of charges in Illinois,
I,
state
I
or
will have
federal.
to. I have to look and see. I don't know. I have to. I never looked to even see.
Exactly, bro. So you agree?
No, no. I said I have to. I'll have to look and see.
Come
Okay,
on,
so
man.
basically he tried not to answer it. Okay.
Right.
But
He
we
don't
know
want
what
it.
it is.
He
Because
know what it
my
is.
Be
He
thing
know
honest
is
what.
with
this.
you. So
Time
Robert
here's
is
the
not.
whole
money.
Robert
reason.
not.
So let
Robert
me
not.
wait. So
He's being
let me go
intellectually.
go into depth even
You're being
farther.
intellectually
Oh my God!
disingenuous,
So
bro.
let me go into depth even farther on why this law has been passed to state, and why more states will adopt this particular law. When it comes to sexually, they come to find out that when it comes to minors being sexually assaulted, and when they actually had statute of limitation in place, what was happening is when a minor finally was coming forward about it, they don't come. A lot of people don't come forward right away. So when they actually was able to come forward with this, it they couldn't do nothing about it. They couldn't do nothing about it because it was outside of the statute of limitations. For prime example, R.Kelly was sexually assaulted when he was a minor, right? He didn't talk about it and bring it forward until he was in his 40s. He didn't talk about it for the first time was in Solar Coaster. Took him years, decades to talk about it. So that's why it was brought forth, because it's a lot of people, minors, when they finally talk about it, it takes them years. And by then
Hold
they
on.
can't do nothing.
Hold on. We got 67 people and y'all telling me I got 28 likes. I
Get them
don't think
likes
so.
up.
Y'all don't say nothing else till we see 50 likes in this chat. Absolutely not.
Progress
Y'all
Y'all
said
trying to
drop the
play
link.
me.
I'm
get
about to
them
leave.
likes up.
Progress come here, man. Progress be on that bullshit.
A moment
Nah,
of
I'm just fucking with
silence. A moment of silence for the likes. I need 50 likes before we say anything else, because this that's crazy, y'all. We shouldn't have to tell y'all that. Get them likes up, please. What's going on there? That's very important. It helps share my
you. Hey,
information.
you
Okay,
coming
let
to
me see.
trial Monday? Shut down
No, I'll be there Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I
All
might, but for sure Tuesday.
right. Okay.
Let me
Yeah,
see
shit.
where we
I met Shot Town
at
before, so
36.
She cool as hell. She cool as hell.
Hit the like button.
I kick it with Shot Town all
Yeah,
day.
she cool as hell.
Get the likes
Yeah,
up.
Jeff, my nigga.
Yeah. I fuck with Shot Town a long way.
We at 36. Let me get to 50. It's 64 people. Let me get to 50. I don't care if you are op or not. You over here watching. Anybody's welcome in the panel too, as long as you're respectful. I would like to have Keller have some support in here, but as long as you respectful.
I'm used to being in the
Come on up,
belly of the beast.
312.
Right. So you don't say you used to it, huh?
Scott, tell 312 to get
Rob
up there.
didn't
I
kidnap
just, man, I like conversing with.
312. Chi-Town looking for you. Rob didn't kidnap or kill R.L. Not get.
He don't
Get
got
the
no
lights
kidnapping
up. Hold
charges,
on. Let me
man.
see
Well, I
where
mean,
we at.
y'all, you don't have no kidnapping charges.
Let me see
I,
where we at.
That's my thing. That's where I was getting ready to go. Like in Chicago, when I was growing up, all my people around me were dating older guys. They had the pimped out rides. They had the money.
That don't mean
They
it's
even
exactly.
were
legal.
having babies by older guys. And when I say older, they were 16 and the guys was 22, 24, 25. It wasn't a big thing. And I don't think it's fair to take a culture and try to make it criminal 30
That's
years
always
later.
been.
That's
That's
what I
always
don't
been a
like.
law. That it's never been, even back then. Although they probably didn't enforce it, but even back then, when people was doing that, it was illegal. It was just,
Well, it
motherfuckers
was never
wasn't enforcing it.
enforced. This the
We're in
first
a
time I
different
ever heard
era now.
somebody,
We're in an
well,
era
actually
of Me
not this
Too. We're in an era of
in
Time's
this
Up.
manner.
So it's a different era now.
Do you
Hey,
see any
nothing
other
nice.
race? Do you see
Yeah.
other race of people? Do you see? We the only race, and I'm not going to even say race, the only culture of people, because black people on the other side of the planet, they don't operate like this. We the only Black Americans are the only people that would throw away the king of R&B behind this bullshit. I don't see nobody else outraged behind this
Like Lil
besides
Boosie
Black
said, if it was
Americans.
Elvis, it'd be thousands outside protesting.
Well,
Exactly.
unfortunately, you don't get a pass because you made great music.
It's not about music. It's
You said the
about.
king of R&B like it's about music. Well, I say king
I'm
of
just saying,
R&B
like,
if
I'm
it
just
ain't about
saying
music.
using the king of R&B because why would it shouldn't even gotten this far because people should already be in
But
tune. Like,
you have to understand, Jeff, that he put himself in this position.
what position?
This position that he's in now, he recorded himself
Mr. Kelly, I got a
violate,
question for you.
violating sexually assaulting a minor. Go ahead.
Do you have any empathy? Because I know you don't have sympathy. Do you have any empathy for?
Yes, I do. I feel like this is a very unfortunate situation with him. I feel like at this particular time, at his age, he should be kicking back, enjoying the fruit of his labor and all that he did for the last, 2-3 decades. And it's just, I feel like to a certain extent, like it was just a waste. Like,
Okay.
But
Mr. Kelly,
we're not talking about. See, y'all keep saying sexual assault. A willing participant is not sexual assault in my eyes. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay. I get that in your eyes, but in the eyes of the law, if you're under 17, you can't consent even if you want to.
Right.
So in
can I
your
ask
Right.
eyes,
you?
And
yes, I
then
see
that's
what
where
you're
the
saying.
parents come in. So
I
now
see.
back to my
Even the
view,
parents can't
when
do it.
you
Even the
consenting
parents
and your
can't.
parents consenting, I don't see a crime.
Okay, yeah, you don't see a crime, but the law see the crime. It's against the law. Even the parents can't consent. So just because you may not agree with it, and I hear you, but unfortunately, that's the law.
Okay,
Whether
well,
we're
this is what
with
we're
it or
trying to
not.
get you to understand. We understand that. This is what
Right.
we're trying to get you to understand. If
I
there's
understand.
other jurors on the panel that think like us, they might say not guilty. That's
Well,
what you don't understand.
it's gonna have to be 12 jurors that's gonna think like I have to think.
No,
No,
all we need is
But
one.
we need one
no,
for a
no, no,
mistrial.
no. One will hang the jury. Or if you
Yes,
have one,
thank
it
you.
will.
One
Let me
hand.
Okay.
finish. Let me finish it. If you have one, it will be a mistrial, and they will start over with a different set of jurors.
Don't
He
matter.
don't walk.
And we're gonna
He
be
don't
right
walk.
back again.
He don't walk. He will be still held in jail. To be honest with you, I
Okay, I
don't care
got
if
one
it's.
more question, Mr.
Hold on. Let
Kelly.
me say this real
Shout
quick. Let me
out
say
to
this real
T
quick.
House
Let me
for
say
the
this real
super
quick.
chat. Thank
I
you, T
don't
House.
care. Let me say this real quick. I don't care if it's 100 mistrials. They can keep having all the mistrials they want. He got no bail. So
So
keep
how
having
much time
mistrials.
do you think he should do?
That's
Me
exactly what I was just
honestly,
about to ask. Like,
me
the man
honestly, I
already
always
been in
said,
locked up for 4 years. I mean,
okay.
what you
So
want him to do? Like,
me honestly, I always said that I don't care what the crime is. I don't think nobody should die in jail. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you committed murder. I don't think nobody should even the heinous crime you can think of. I don't think you should die in jail. No man. But I think 15 to 20 years is sufficient. If I was the judge,
Oh no, Mr. Kelly, you're
oh
not
my
being fair.
God, you're not being fair at all, man. 15 to
Statutory
20
rape
years.
okay.
carry 1 to 3 years.
So let me
Child
ask you this:
pornography carry 1 to 3 years. So max
if you
6
was the
years.
judge,
Max.
Shatan, if you was the judge and you looking at this person that fucking stuck his goddamn penis in an underage minor and recorded it, how much time would you give him?
Max time to
Huh?
please the people because I don't care. 6 years.
Okay. What if it was your daughter? How much time he should get?
6.
I don't believe that 1 second at all. I don't
It
All
believe
right,
it.
it wouldn't be my daughter, first of
I'm
all.
just
But 6.
hypothetical. I'm not saying that it would be your daughter. It's just a hypothetical.
No, I
And
know, I know. I'm just saying
I
because I'm not
honestly
that type of
believe if
parent.
it was your daughter, you wouldn't be talking about no damn 6 years.
No, I'm saying because of the parents. See, this is what I'm saying,
It's
Mr.
just a
Kelly.
hypothetical. You don't got to go into the weeds. It was just a hypothetical.
But if the parents were sitting up there
boy, don't be
condoning the
trying to
daughter being with the man, then
don't be
why
trying
would
to use my type.
No,
my
I'm just fucking
statement.
with her. I'm just fucking with her.
I just don't understand, bro.
Well,
What
we
about
just
you,
gonna
Jeff?
agree to
Well,
If you was
disagree.
a judge and
Okay.
you got this guilty verdict that this guy just stuck his goddamn infected herpes penis inside of underage minors.
first of all, was his penis infected in herpes then?
This
He didn't
we
be
use
safe
it.
till 2 years after that.
This is
Hold
hold
on,
on.
hold on. See, he trying to. That's the weeds right there.
No,
We not going into if he
It's been
had it.
proven in court. Ain't no weeds. It's been proven in court already.
No, it hasn't been proven in court because you don't.
Listen.
Because what hasn't? Hold on, no, you listen. Because what hasn't been proven in court was they infected prior to coming to him. See, don't
check it
come
out.
exactly statements that haven't been proven. Okay, that hasn't been proven. You don't know if they infected him.
We got the transcripts.
No,
Safe
the
had
transcript did not say
You in the
whether
weeds. You
those
in the
girls
weeds.
were
You in the
tested
weeds.
prior to coming to him. So
You in the
no.
weeds.
Safe
I
had
got
a
a
police report
I-
on another guy in Texas for giving her herpes
I got the perfect
prior
answer
to me, Kells.
for Robert Keller asking me the question, and my
Yeah,
answer is this:
how much time, Jeff? I'm on that.
I would say time considered served, because you know why?
Even if it's your daughter,
Man, I'm saying if
it's your
it
daughter,
was
time served.
yes, if it was my daughter and I
don't
sat
believe
here and did what these parents did and okay him being with them, then what the hell?
That's the part he's not factoring in.
That's the part they not
Go
thinking
into
about.
the weeds on that. Go into the weeds on how these parents were willing participants.
Right, because that give them
I don't
0
believe
years.
all parents was. I believe some was. I don't believe all was.
They was
But because of the law, to stick to the law, 6 years. He done already did 3.5. Let him go.
See, I got friends that got jammed up with some statutory rape and they went to jail for it. I know somebody that went to jail for statutory rape. He thought the girl was of age. She had a fake ID.
And what'd he do, Jeff? A year?
He did 3 years, because he had a background. He probably would only did a year if he didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because it only carry 1 to 3.
Yeah, it ain't no 20 years sentence. Like, what's y'all talking about?
I think the first 4 counts as a minimum of 15 years for the first 4.
Man, listen, bro.
So
statutory rape, you probably gonna get sentenced to 6, maybe 7 years. You do half of that, you come your ass home. The man that did 4 years, he didn't. Whatever he did as it pertains to this situation, he didn't already paid for it, bro.
So we're not just looking at that. He recorded himself. He was like child dissemination of child porn and conspiracy and all type of stuff going on. So it's going to be interesting because they said this particular judge is known for giving out life sentences. So it's going to be interesting, like, if he's found guilty, what that sentence is going to be at his sentence.
All right, so let's put a topic on the table. I feel like we ain't talking about none right now. Let's talk about these parents knowing about this situation. Not only that, but letting another grown man be the financial factor in your life, sending your daughter to college when you as a parent, that's your responsibility. Okay, let's get in the weeds on that. Let's talk about how these parents
I'm in agreement with y'all on that. You got no argument for me on that one.
No, but I want to talk about this. I want to hear everybody's opinion. Whoever want to go first.
I believe they should be locked the fuck up. I understand that they was granted fucking immunity, and they not going to get any time due to their testimony. But man, I don't agree with none of that shit. None of it.
Who else?
I would say this. I think that, I know a lot of situations personally where that has happened, where, it was the older guy in the neighborhood and he ended up, and I know situations where it was vice versa. My cousin was more like my brother. His baby mama was 23. We were 15, 16 years old, and he had multiple children by her before. He had at least 1 or 2 before he turned 18. And she was 25, 20, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it happens, especially back in that
jail
time. No, I don't think she do no damn time. Like, what the
I'm
hell,
talking about
bro?
the parents. I'm talking about the parents. Do you think the parents should do jail time?
Who parent?
For any parent that do that. Like for example, Rashonda parents that knew what happened and like took money instead to be quiet.
Man, I think everybody need to go about their way. I'm not a big put a motherfucker in jail person. If you now, only time I think like if you need to go to jail if you fucking with babies and you just fucked up person like that. But this situation is petty. Like these people know what they were doing. And
Fuck that shit, man. Lock all their
I
ass
mean,
up.
but if you gonna lock R.Kelly up, then yeah, lock everybody up. You know what I'm saying? Because why would you just lock him up and they complicit in the goddamn crime? It don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying?
Greater than that, the whole factor that, and BonJean, I'm glad she brought that up. Not only did you, if you knew what was going on with your daughter, you continued to work for Kells after this tape and all of this stuff came out.
Exactly.
Help man, help me out. I can't breathe. I can't think. I just have a misunderstanding.
And they just want to pin it all on this one man, like he the monster. What, you know, y'all had a hidden agenda. It didn't go the way y'all wanted, or he ran out of money. Next thing you know, he going to jail. Now you got to get Section 8 and all this. Man, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how y'all just gonna put this all on one man when all y'all was complicit for decades?
How do you get past these tapes, in your opinion? These tapes are very damaging. Let's be real. We ain't
talking about the tape. We talking about the parents. We ain't get to the tapes yet.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You got something to say? Is she there? Diane? Okay, go ahead, Keller.
Are you talking about the tape? You said,
yeah, like even BonJean said, like in our opening statement, she's like, "Hey, these tapes is the tapes is what it is."
I think Kells gonna, if he do get found guilty in this, he gonna have some real good action on appeal again, because the judge just said, "I don't care what the tape been there for 20 years. It ain't been. It's not the original. It's this, that, and the third." He don't even care about the chain of custody. He don't care where the tape been there.
The chain of custody have to. Well, no, the chain of custody have to be there.
No, he said he didn't want to even touch the chain of custody.
I didn't hear that.
Go read your paperwork. Read your paperwork. He didn't want to touch it. Because if they, you know why? Because if they touch the chain of custody, the tape got to automatically be thrown out. They got to toss it because the chain of custody don't line up.
Not really. The chain of custody starts when they received it. I think they want the chain of custody to go back all the way to Jim DeRogatis, and they would say, no, we don't have to do that because we didn't get it from Jim DeRogatis. So the chain of custody all the chain of custody is making sure that it's in the same, that it kept the same integrity from when they received the information. So that's not the issue. That's not an issue to prove. Yeah, it did, because you know how? Because when they received it, they automatically did a what's the word? I can't think of the terminology, but nobody could see that tape, and they had to go down to Homeland Security to view it.
What they gonna have to do is go back to Michael Avenatti, and that's what they don't want to do.
I'm gonna be honest with you. So Michael Avenatti, I believe he's going to testify, and
with the credibility in that,
he's part of the. I'm gonna be real with you, due to he's in jail for fraud shit. It's not. They probably gonna eat his ass up.
Yeah, he's the one turn tape off, bro.
I agree with you, Jeff. I agree with you.
The chain of custody is tainted, bro.
They do have to start with him as far as the chain of custody. I do believe that they said that he was going to testify, and they I believe gonna tear his ass up. It's going to be interesting to see. So we'll see.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm telling you. Like, the judge don't want to touch that. The prosecution, they don't want to touch that. They like, MC Hammer, you can't touch this. That's why the judge said.
I think they have no choice but to touch it, because it can be appealed. So they got to protect. They have to protect any appellate situation.
Hold on a second, y'all. Bombshell, let me see. Show me who you are backstage. so I can see who you are. I'm gonna let you on the panel, but I need to.
I want to get Skyye.
Put it back up.
No.
I want to
Make
get
sure you
Skyye
edit
opinion
that
on
out
that.
later. Get this time
to
up.
let him up. Ew.
Get the time up, Skyye. It's like 1:35 right now.
What an asshole.
What?
But wait a minute.
Hold on, Skyye. Write down 1 hour 35 minutes, and then you're gonna have to edit that out later.
Okay, but guess what? He's been a subscriber because I got this set to subscriber only mode.
Wow.
Ew, it's some sick people watching us, y'all. What a sicko.
Hey, Skyye, what's your take on the whole chain of custody?
It's a Hispanic dude. And see, I got it set to subscriber only mode, so that lets you know he is subscribed to my channel.
See, y'all in the weeds again.
You know. Okay, so go ahead. What's your question?
Diane, your camera on. I don't know if you realize it, but your camera on.
Nah, Skyye, I was gonna say, like, what was your take on what we was just talking about with the chain of custody, and the judge didn't want to dip off into that, but want to just be like, yeah, we just gonna take the tape as face value and try to authenticate it. Like,
it's been
it's gonna be an appeal, bro. It's gonna be obvious.
It's been authenticated already.
But it has to be going through the proper chain of custody.
The chain of custody is there, right? And it's there.
It's not. Know till we get the transcripts. I need the transcript for. That's the thing. Once I see what is being said, then I could make a better determination. I can't make a better determination with
the chain of custody is going to start when they receive the evidence from Avenatti.
I'm just saying
when Kim Fox got them tapes from Avenatti, that's when the chain of custody start.
The chain of custody bro.
No, that's where it starts when they receive this. The chain of custody starts when they receive the evidence. When they receive the evidence, that's when it starts.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Hold on.
And it started from Michael Avenatti, right?
Michael Avenatti.
He not
where's
all
progress?
These people criminals, bro.
Where you at?
Hold on, let me finish. So when they got that, they put a protective order on it. So that's how I know by them putting that protective order on it. That means that and the reason they did that so it won't get disseminated like it did in the 2008 trial.
It already been. He took it to CNN, bro.
2, 3, and 4 not on there. It got his 2008 trial was all over the internet. Everybody saw that. Everybody. It was just a click of a button. Lime share, Lime wire, whatever that was. You can download that mug in a couple seconds. So
I'd have had a couple brews, a couple shots of vodka. I can't argue with you, bro. Either you gonna let me say my point.
No, don't argue. I don't want to argue.
This is what I'm saying, bro.
Go ahead.
From what we already know, what we already seen, we could make a fair assessment of the knowledge that we're already aware of. We seen Michael Avenatti get on national television, say he had a tape. Wasn't nobody thinking about R.Kelly. R.Kelly was off doing him. He was chilling. He wasn't even on the radar until Surviving R.Kelly, Avenatti, and all these people came out the woodwork.
Okay.
We already seen Michael Avenatti come with the tapes. At one point, talk about he had 20 tapes. And then he had to come on the press.
He denied that right away. He said that.
He had to come on the press. But we got to get stuff right. We got about 5 of them. So then, next thing you know, he over there at CNN. It's disseminated right there. We saw it in real time.
No. Because when he went to CNN,
bro, let me finish, bro. Then you can let me finish.
Okay.
We saw the lady on CNN sit up there and say, whole time I saw the tape. I'm disgusted. Woo, woo, woo. Right. She said she saw the tape. I mean, I can't argue with the lady.
Exactly. So when he was on CNN, so CNN have a lot of attorneys that they bring on panels, kind of like how we doing now. They have different attorneys to discuss things. So Michael Avenatti was a CNN attorney that be on panels all the time, along with the lady. So them two saw the tape. Michael Avenatti and that one lady saw the tape, and they was describing to CNN what was depicted on the tape. Y'all make it seem like they gave the whole CNN network the tape, and that's not remotely true.
This is the thing, bro. If
So
this
when you
is
say
evidence, bro,
disseminated, when I say
it should never
disseminated, let
went
me
to
finish.
no
I let you
news
finish,
station,
man.
bro.
I let you finish, man. I let
All
you
right, go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
So when I say in '02 it was disseminated, man, that shit was everywhere. That's what I mean by dissemination. It's being disseminated. It was on there. I saw it on LimeWire. So on
It's
LimeWire,
on
they was
Pornhub right
pull.
now. Talk about
Okay,
dissemination. It's on
so
Pornhub.
that's what I'm saying. That was the '08 trial. So when they got these new ones, they didn't want it to be disseminated across the internet like it did in '02. So they put a protective order on it. So by them putting a protective order on it, that means that it's going to be held here at Homeland Security. If you want to see this, we're not going to get nobody no copies of this. Because remember back when it first started, his attorney Greenberg wanted his own copy. They was like, "Nah, you ain't getting your own copy. It's going to be a protective order on it, and you have to come down here and you have to sign in to view it. We got
Hey,
a viewing area,
hey,
and that's the only way you're going to see
Mr.
it. So
Keller,
that's
bro.
how. So
With
that's
all, with
how.
all, with all due respect, bro, you deflecting. You're deflecting.
No, I'm
The tape.
explaining to you. No, I'm explaining to you how the
Hold
chain
on,
of
bro. Hold
custody is
on.
intact.
How can you sit here and say that when the tape? And shout out to Big Vi Opinion. I know he's not. I don't know if he's watching or not, but he already
Um,
explained the whole situation with the tape
shot time,
being
shot time.
available on porn sites right now. You have to make sure that everybody that's in the tape is of age before you upload this material. So
Shot
by
time.
it even being
Okay,
on
but wait, y'all. That's kind of weedy. Let's y'all kind of in the weeds.
Okay,
okay,
so
we gonna get out the
let
weed.
me
Y'all do
prove
y'all
my
final
point.
close out on that, right?
Let me prove my point in by asking Chantal finance a question. So I got a question for you, Chantal. When you was in trial and Homeland Security was up there, did the Homeland Security not say that they had to come down there and look at that tape
Yeah, she
down to
did.
their office?
Mm-hmm. She did
Okay.
say that.
So it was a protective order. They couldn't go nowhere. They had to go into a viewing area at Homeland Security, and that was the only way.
But prior to them getting the tape, Michael Avenatti is the first person with it, right?
So no, it's when so the first person with it was the private PI, whatever his name was. It came out in the paperwork that he made a copy of it, and when he did his lie detector test, and when they asked him if he made a copy of it, he said no and passed, even though he did. He then now this is gonna be interesting. I hope he get on there. He did wait 20 years later and turn it over to Michael Avenatti. So I really want to know why he was holding on this tape this long.
For
So
20 years.
when Michael Avenatti got it, he turned it over to Kim Fox. As soon as he turned it over to Kim Fox, that's when the chain of custody started.
Okay, so how CNN get to view it?
CNN did get to view it. Michael Avenatti
Hold on,
explained on CNN. Oh no, Michael Avenatti and the other attorney explained on CNN what was on it. It was two
No, the lady
attorneys.
said she saw the tape.
She was an attorney. She was an attorney. Michael Avenatti was an
Um,
attorney. Those two are attorneys that appear on panels like we are on panels right now. We not Skylife Network. We just here on the panel. In the same situation. They was CNN attorneys that go on there frequently, uh, just like Greenberg go on court TV frequently to discuss different cases. It was the same thing, and they was just discussing to CNN what was depicted. It's recorded. We can go back and look at it. You pull
What's
up
good with it?
you can pull it up and look at it. They just explained what was on it. They didn't. The whole CNN Mike Lennon, whatever his name, he didn't watch it.
Okay, hold on a second. I gotta get something straight. I need new moderators.
All
I
right,
need
well, mob
one
me
more
up.
person to
Mob me
moderate.
up. Mob me up. Give my wrench.
No, absolutely not. No.
So,
Does
yo, that
anybody want
bullshit.
to moderate? When you moderate, all you got to do is welcome the people and tell them hello and goodbye and monitor the lights. That's it. Anybody want to moderate? Let me know. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Keep talking.
I have a question. I have a question right quick, right? You know the transcripts don't came out, right? You know people been reading them, right? From my understanding is like, do this lady know how old she is, right? Because didn't the lady that supposed to been on the tape supposed to be how old?
We already went over that. We not getting the weeds on the tape age and all that. We already went over that. You got to catch up now. You was late, progress. We
I'm
already
gonna tell you.
established that she
I'm,
wasn't
I'm
honest
gonna. I'm
and
gonna
that
tell
she was
you.
in between 14 and 15.
I'm gonna tell you what BonJean messed up at. She asked. She asked Rashana. When did she turn 17? So Rashana was like, "Shit, I can't remember. Fucking, I'm 30 some years old now. I don't remember." So she was like, "Is it? Did you turn 17? September 2001?" And she said yes. So BonJean confirmed that she was 17 in 2000, the September of 2001, right? Because 17 is actually the age of consent in Illinois. So she confirmed that. So the problem with her confirming that is anything that predates, if she's on a tape that predates September 2001, she automatically was a minor.
What's your take on Barry Hankerson, bro?
Thank you. Change the topic. My God. Sick of it.
I think he got a lot of shit that he's involved with.
Because reason why I asked that, man, this Skyye, man, she remind me of my cousin so much. That's why I call her my cousin. She remind me of my cousin so much. But why I say that is because it came out in paperwork that he had this vendetta against Kells, and he came up with this whole theory about a tape in 2001, and it's going to ruin him. And how did he come up with all of this? You know, he seemed like he's the center block around. It just seemed like all the people that are against Kells, y'all conveniently overlook all of the obvious corruption that surrounds this case. You know, the people that's in the
But
background that are pulling
somebody
the
turned them tapes
strings.
over. We know that. I don't know if he turned them over back in 2000 and whatever, 2001. We know somebody turned them motherfucking tapes over.
Well, shit, Rashana told you. She said Sparkle turned it. She ain't this shit one. She
Okay,
did.
well, whoever did it, you know, Sparkle did it, Barry Hankerson, somebody did it. You know, we know somebody did it. The problem is, it should have never been a tape to turn over to begin with. It should have never been in existence.
But no, you can't say that because to our understanding is one of the attorneys told him to videotape himself. So you can't say a tape shouldn't be in
Yeah,
existence.
you videotape yourself having sex with anybody other than minors. Yes, other
But
than minors.
all these shady characters, when we look at somebody history such as a Barry Hankerson, and I'm gonna get you, and you know, we see what he did to Gladys Knight and all these other people, and this he the one got the tape to take it to
Okay,
the. I
okay,
mean,
but
it
again,
don't raise an antenna for you.
again, it shouldn't have been a tape to turn over with him sexually assaulting minors.
How you know that was the case? Well, how you know they
It was
didn't
just because it's been paid in court
manufacture
Friday.
something, bro? Like
Because
it's not a
it's been
possibility in your
validated.
brain.
Because it's been validated. It's been validated Friday. It validated the mess out.
I gotta see that because I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I gotta
transcripts
see.
will be
We gonna
available
read it in
shortly.
the
So how
transcript.
did Sparkle get the tape?
I don't know.
How did Jim Derogatis get the tape and just
Well,
automatically
the
know to
problem
call
is
Sparkle?
the bigger question is how the feds get the tape, because that's what's gonna get them in trouble.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
no, you got to go back. They asked two
See,
questions: how did Avenatti get the tape, and how did Sparkle get the tape?
Well,
see, the feds,
I explained that
the feds
already.
got a
I
conflict of
explained that
interest.
already.
The
I
feds,
don't know.
they want to take R.Kelly down. We know that, right? So we can't just take what the feds say like they just,
Okay,
you know, they all the way
let
100%. You know what I'm
let
saying?
me
Because they just got an agenda, they damn self. So I'm just
let me
asking
explain
you.
how the
Can I
tapes
ask a
came.
question?
Let me explain how the tapes came. R. Kelly hired a PI to recover these tapes. He noticed they was missing. The guy came and recovered the tapes and took a lie detector test and said, "Did you make any copies of it?" He said no, and passed the lie detector test, even though he made copies of it. 20 years later, he turned it over. Why he turned it over, we will see in court. Why he waited this long and all this shit, we'll see when he testifies. It's gonna be very
Yeah,
interesting.
because he got a lot to say on these interviews, but he sure like to plead the fifth in court.
So what
No,
do
I'm talking
y'all
about
think
this PI. I'm talking about this PI
Oh, okay.
What do y'all
that
think about
recovered the tape.
with Sparkle about how? Okay, well, first of all, this is what's weird too, because that family is throwing each other in the cross. Because the girl said that she knew that Sparkle was having relations with Kells, and that never stopped her from going ahead and so-called having relations with Kells. Like, do y'all think that this whole situation is weird? And
Well,
then she said,
Sparkle can have a relationship with Kells. Only thing that would do be is infidelity. It wouldn't be no jail time. But her niece absolutely can't have no intercourse with Kells.
no, that's not the point. The point is that I'm saying is that you got to stick with the point. The point is that she knew her so-called auntie was having relations with him, and it didn't stop her from doing it.
I
You don't
mean,
think that's the problem?
people do that shit all the time. Those people who knowingly know they is married and they still choose to, have
Your
sex with a
own
married person.
family member, you gonna throw your
It's people. I know people. I know somebody who fucking all three sisters,
and they all know about it.
and they all knew about it.
Oh, that's pitiful. That's pitiful.
Wow.
Oh wow.
But
Next
I
topic.
mean, to me, it just seems like, people that are against Kells, they just tend to just want to focus on him and nobody else. That just blows me. It's just like, look at the full picture and all the players involved. You know what I'm saying? Why just focus on one individual when you got so many different moving parts? And just it give you a brighter sense of things when you
I
look
hope
at
they
the
get
full
everybody.
picture.
I'm gonna be the first to say that everybody who was involved in this shit, I pray that the feds is just waiting for this to conclude and then send out indictments to everybody. I pray.
That's what you say, but your
I really do.
conversation says different.
No, how?
Cause you
I
like,
said,
man,
I
that
just
don't
said
even
that
matter. We
Rashonda
just talking
parents.
about, with
Well,
Kells and
no. I have said that. I've said that the parents should be locked up. I've said that. I believe Rashonda, and I said this. I always said this is day one. I believe Rashonda parents should be locked up. I believe Aaliyah parents should be locked up. It's a lot of people. I believe
Angelo, don't forget him.
Demetrius. I
They should be
believe
locked up too.
Demetrius Smith also should be locked up.
okay, let me ask you this. Because I
Angelo,
want
Claire.
to stay on this Barry Hankerson thing with you, because to me, I think this is the centerpiece of all of this.
I would need
What do
more
you
information on him. So it's hard for me to really touch on it because I would need more information.
well, just listen to Minister Louis Farrakhan tell you what he said.
Barry
Minister
Hankerson?
Louis Farrakhan
Oh,
said,
yeah.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get R. Kelly.
Right. He did say
What?
that. So here's the thing. Like,
That's
okay,
not
so I hear you what you said. So here's
okay.
the
I'm
thing.
gonna let you answer that.
So if you said that, I'm going to get some, let's say you mad for whatever reason, you're like, okay, I'm going to get this motherfucker. The thing is, shit, you're going to have to have something to get him with.
But can you
He gave him ammunition.
see?
So
That's the difference. And shout out to 312 because she clarified this before. That's the difference for being set up, and that's the difference of being framed. Now, set up is okay, cool, but you could be framed too. You know, blackmail is real, extortion is real, conspiracies are real. You know what I'm saying? And when you're dealing with somebody that's calculated, that has political ties, such as a multi-dimensional individual, a diabolical dude like Barry Hankerson, why you can't think he can't come up with a faulty tape and Frankenstein somebody's head on there that wasn't there to begin with? When we look at movies back in the 90s, such as Total Recall, when they put a monster on a Schwarzenegger head,
So check it out.
this type of technology was available, bro.
But then they
So
say
check
in the
it out. So
transcripts,
that will be the if that's all true. Let's just say everything is true, right? That will be the trial that he had in 08 that he was acquitted for.
but then they say in the transcripts that Barry Hankerson tried to pay somebody. They say they was underage.
Yeah, and somebody's supposed to testify that Demetrius Smith tried to pay them to lie on R.Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
In this same type of manner.
And that money came from who?
Barry Hankerson.
Barry Hankerson. This is what I think. Barry figured out all Kells' disabilities and used his disabilities against him. Exactly. Went out paying people, parents, to push their kids in his face. And see, Kells, at Kells' mind, people were saying he was, 27, 31. His mind wasn't. His mind was the age of those girls. Whatever age they were.
Mm-hmm.
Like real talk. He 54, 55, but his mind not. His mind is about 37 right now.
Thank you. You see, people don't want to.
I mean, like, get a man a fucking break.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean that he's a predator.
Kells wasn't fucking nothing before his celebrity.
And that doesn't equate to him
they
being
framed
a
predator.
Him. Right. And then my thing is like, they say he walk around with a gym bag full of tapes, right? How they know to go in there and just get that specific tape?
Right.
It was 100 tapes in the bag. But how they know all them damn tape? How the hell they know to go get that one?
Exactly, bro. Exactly. It don't make no sense.
It don't. Shit is ridiculous. This man sitting up there about to go to jail for the rest of his life over some bullshit.
Hey, Progress, shut this out. That's why I came on here, and I know, maybe a lot of people probably got thrown off by my position when it came to Rosanna, because I don't want people to look at us like we just attacking the victims or anything, alleged victims or anything like that. I want them to understand that I want to look at everything at a broad scope. That's why I appreciate platforms like Skyye, because everybody comes in with their own position, and you have a various variety of people that have different opinions, and they're able to come on the platform and express that. So I've never come with a position of attack. I just want to look at everything from a common sense perspective. And when I do that, it just doesn't make sense. And, Mr. Keller himself, he know this don't make no sense, but he just want to zero in on Kells.
No. I believe in the evidence, and so far, the evidence is very damning.
It is.
I don't look at it. I don't look at it in the way that y'all look at it. I strictly look at it as
legal. He look at it with a legal hat.
Exactly. Exactly. I look at it as, is this the law, and did he violate it, and do they have any proof showing he violated it? That's how I look at it.
And see, that's why I'm glad you said that, Jeff, because you and me, we think alike. This is a real channel. We're not going to be sheep over here. We're not all going to be saying, yeah, free Kells.
Right.
I want everybody perspective. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's how we doing it. And if you ain't adult enough to respect somebody else's opinion, this ain't the channel for you.
Right.
So Mr. Kelly, if you run the light, do you think you should go to jail?
That's not a arrestable offense.
No,
But
what I'm
I take a
saying is,
citation.
what I
Well,
want to
no,
get to
I,
is,
but
if
if
you
I
run a light,
if I
and if I was the officer and you have no background, I'll give you a pass.
if I'm running a light, then give me a citation. I ran the light, but
Right. Okay. So now he done had his citation. 3 years, let him out. That's my point right there.
okay, whatever time he gets
I don't
sentenced,
feel
he
like he
goes.
should be in jail any longer. I don't feel
But,
like he should be in jail the rest of his
again,
life.
me either.
And
Me either. Unfortunately, I'm not the judge. I already said that I don't think
you
nobody should
said
die in jail.
15, 20 years.
Okay,
That's
that's
too
not
long.
dying in jail. That's not dying in jail. I don't
That's
think
still
nobody
too
should.
long. That's too
Okay,
long
but that's just me.
for
That's
willing
me. Okay,
participants.
for me, it's just a justified time for me. For you, it's different. I get it. But for me, I think that's a justifiable time considering what the charges.
I have a question, okay, and I'm glad it was brought up. Why does your side never want to address the mental health issue? You all always find a way to minimize it or just exclude it from your line of reasoning. Why is that?
Well, I can't speak for nobody else, but for me, it's because I believe he know right from wrong. So if you know right from wrong, okay, I shouldn't be doing this. And if you do it anyway, you need to be willing to accept whatever come with that.
Okay, now
You
stop
must
right
not
there. Wait.
understand
Hold
autism.
on,
You don't
Shatan.
understand autism.
Hold on, Shatan. Hold on. So right there where you at. So you telling me a 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girl don't know right from wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if they went out here and went after Kells and bit off more than they can chew, do they not also have to accept the responsibility of what comes to them from that situation?
Everybody have to accept responsibility for what they do.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Okay, go ahead, Shatan.
Oh, I'm really done. I was just giving my opinion. I think what they doing to him is too harsh. It's too much. It's an overkill.
Well, I'm about to get up off here, but I want to say this real quick. So it's been brought up that that she has, uh, in exchange for her testimony, has received Section 8 from the government and has been sent on vacation from the government and has been promised restitution from the government in exchange from her in exchange for her.
Don't forget Grey Goose.
Oh, that's dead. That's dead.
Transportation and food.
So it
So if she
came
got
out in
Section 8, that mean they gave her a link card too.
so it came out. It came out in the testimony Friday that. So BonJean asked her that, and they said no. She said no. I went out of state when Survivor R.Kelly came out for safety. He said not only me, my parents also went out of state. Then she said, as far as the housing, she was relocated and we received Section 8 and as well because of safety reasons, because she was getting threats and all type of stuff when Surviving R. Kelly came out. It wasn't in exchange for her cooperating. What was exchanged for her cooperating was immunity. That part.
But she did also say in a text to him, she texted him and said that if he did not give her money, she was going to
No.
cooperate
She
with the
did not say
government because they
money.
said they were going to give her money.
She didn't say money. She
Well, she
texted him
said
and said
restitution.
restitution is good. That's gonna come
It's money.
regardless. Like restitution, she said she said she didn't even know what restitution was. She said the restitution was negotiated with her attorney and the prosecutors at that time. So the restitution
But
is
the
going
way
to.
she sent that text, Mr. Keller,
Okay, let me
was like
finish.
a
The
blackmail.
text part, the text. When she sent him that text, she said, "You need to contact me." She said, "This stuff is resurfacing. And when these tapes start coming back out, she said, "You need to contact me
No, it was
ASAP,
another text.
or I'm going to make my decision on my own." That's what she said.
I have a question too. Do Sparkle supposed to testify?
I hope so.
You
Yeah.
hope so.
But the
You
Great
should
Goose,
hope not, because
no, she
for
got
the
some
simple
explaining to
fact,
do. She
yeah,
got some
for the simple
explaining to do.
fact,
I'm gonna
how
throw
about
her.
that lady? That lady get up there on that stage and say that everything that lady said was a lie.
Her mama gonna do the same thing. Her mama's supposed to testify, and I'm pretty sure she gonna speak bad of Sparkle too. But real quick, just to answer Jeff's question about the Grey Goose. So that came up, and BonJean was like, "Okay, you got to deal with Grey Goose and all this stuff," and she said, "No, that's a nonprofit organization of my stuff. Nobody came to me with a deal. I ain't making no money of it. This is something that I created." So that came out, and it was debunked as well.
So
No,
you
because
believe that?
then BonJean came back and said that her brother put on Twitter
Yeah,
that her sister got a deal with Grey Goose.
right. And she said, "That's my own nonprofit organization. I have no deal going on. I'm not getting no monetary gain for this. She says a nonprofit organization that she created."
Yeah, that's what she
And
said.
Grey Goose, and yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, you believe it.
See,
Hell
I'm
no.
just, but listen though. Here's what I'm saying. They saying opposite. So here's what I don't understand. Like she was asked that question, and she answered it, but people is saying opposite of what she said. That's the
Well,
part I'm not
The
understanding.
lady don't even know how old she is, man.
I would say
Bro,
this:
they
be
know
that
that
be.
BonJean know how old she is. BonJan said you turned
Nah,
17 in
that lady
September
don't know how. She gave like
2002.
four. She gave like four different ages.
When?
But,
When?
Did you hear them folk
let's
read?
let's not get into the
No,
weeds.
we ain't getting into ages. Don't.
Right, right.
Let's not get in the weeds.
I'm
No.
Be
about to
that
get up off of here, man.
okay, okay. But
Oh man,
before you go, brother, be that as it may, that the whole situation will say that is the case, that's not what it is. Do you not agree that she did not want to testify until the federal government got involved? She didn't want to
well,
testify.
okay. So they asked her that question too. So let me tell you what she said when they asked her that question. She said she cooperated because she was exhausted, of doing the covering and line for him. She said it became exhausted and she was tired. That was her. That's
But that's
what
not what
her.
the text messages showed.
Well, what
The
text
text
message you
messages
talking
showed
about?
she was angry that he wasn't responding to her.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it's
So
on.
the text, I don't say the text. I don't
And
see no
J-Bo,
Them
anger in the
text
text
J-Bo,
messages
message.
said a whole lot.
that's what's
I
gonna
didn't see.
resonate with those jurors, bro.
I
That's
didn't
what's
see
gonna
any.
resonate.
Okay, so I didn't see anything reflecting anger in them text messages. She was reaching out to him and she was saying, "Call me." She changed her number or something, and he didn't recognize
So
it. So
you
he
missed
went.
the part when she said, if you don't pay me, I'm
No, I
gonna
didn't.
go
Yeah, I
to the
missed that.
government and get paid. You missed
Yeah, I
that?
never saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw it.
I
Well,
didn't
I
see
didn't
that.
see it. I heard it because I couldn't
I
see
didn't
the
see that. Well,
screen.
I was looking right at them when they was showing them text messages on the screen. I was right in front of the screen reading them,
Oh,
and I did not see that.
Parch came out with a good comment. How can she start a nonprofit and she needs Section 8 from the government? Welcome, Parch.
Exactly.
Okay, she
Exactly.
got relocated. She had to relocate, we all know that
So if you
Chicago.
get relocated, why
Let me
you
finish.
need
Let me
food and
finish.
transportation?
The only time she got food and transportation is when she met with them.
See,
When
this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm
when
talking
she
about. I can't allow you to do this because this is furthering my argument as far as exploitation. Because see, when it's white victims,
it sounds like that because you don't
alleged
have all the
victims,
facts, Jeff. You
they
don't
get
have all the facts.
relocated. They don't get Section 8. Okay? They get new identifications, they get
Okay,
new identities, they
so
get
let me
houses
explain to
bought
the
for,
Section 8. Let me
paid
explain the
for.
Wait,
Section 8.
let him talk one at a time. Y'all talking over each other. Go ahead, Joe.
But
Yeah.
because
Well, I'm gonna let Robert talk.
here's why I'm explaining. I forgot where she said she stayed. We all know that Chicago
They
and the
from Oak
surrounding
Park, Illinois.
areas. And
My best friend knows Sparkle personally.
so we all know that Chicago and surrounding areas is expensive as hell. So if she want to relocate somewhere else other than where she at, it's going to be expensive. So you're going to need Section 8 so you can afford it. She said that
Robert Kelly, you know Oak Park is one of the most expensive suburbs there is.
she didn't stay in Oak Park when she stayed in Hyde Park. Not Oak Park, Hyde Park.
If the
She
government,
stayed in
if
Oak
you're the
Park when she was
She's
younger.
originally from Oak Park. Her mother
Okay,
and
we
father
talking about
live in
when
Oak Park.
Survivor R.Kelly came out. She stayed in Hyde Park, not Oak Park, out south.
this is the thing that I'm saying, brother.
Okay, let me
If
finish, Jeff. Let me finish so you can get a
okay,
better understanding. So when Survivor R. Kelly came out, she said she started getting phone calls, threats, and all type of stuff, and needed to be relocated. They first sent her out of state first while this was going on. Then they came back and relocated her so she could. When she got relocated, it's more money than where she was at, so they had to put her on Section 8 so she can afford it.
they didn't have to put on no Section 8. Do you know
So
what
she
the
could afford. How she
government
gonna
does?
afford it? How
Hold
she
on,
gonna
hold on, hold
afford
on,
it?
hold on, hold on, hold on.
How she gonna afford it if she's being
Okay, well,
relocated
let her
somewhere
finish.
that's
You
more
said
money?
yours. Now let Jeff finish. Y'all can't talk at the same time. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, answer this, Jeff. If she's being relocated somewhere where it's more money than where she was previously at, how she's gonna afford it?
Well, that wouldn't, if she's giving testimony for the government, what they do normally for their witnesses, they give them a house paid for. They don't give them no damn government
This one
assistance.
paid for. They ain't get this
That's what
one
I'm
paid
saying.
for.
You cooperate with us. You are a
They
witness.
they
We gonna set you up nice and sweet. You ain't have to worry about paying for nothing. We finna pay for everything
they they
for your
did
testimony.
they did pay for to send her to Florida and pay for her because her mother and father got the same threats, and
See, you
they
talking about
paid
a
for
trip?
them.
I'm talking about they gonna put her up.
So good. Another good comment. If it was
But
phone
why would they get threats? They weren't in Surviving R. Kelly.
number,
Well,
they didn't say
because
that the people
they
came to
came,
the
they
house.
talked about them in Survivor because they came us.
Hold on. Time out. The good comment is if it was phone threats, why they ain't changed the phone number?
She did change the phone number.
Okay, then how she get the threats? They didn't say the people came to her house, right?
Oh shit, they didn't ask that question, but she changed that phone number because the
No.
judge was like because they wanted to redact her number, and the judge was like, well, you changed the number, so you don't need to redact it. And they was like, nah, judge, you can. She still can. They still can. Her identity still can be confirmed even with her old number. He was like, I don't give a fuck.
Brother. Let
Put it
me
on
ask you
there.
a question. Let me ask you a question. Straight to the point question. If Rashana was a white girl, do you think they would have gave her Section 8, or do you think they would have just bought her a house somewhere on the other side of the country?
If she, I don't know. I don't know.
You know the
You
answer.
know.
You know the
You
answer because
know.
they do it all the time, bro.
I honestly don't even know how they operate in regards to that. I've never been in a situation. All I'm
you
doing
being
is hold on,
intellectually dishonest,
Jeff.
bro.
Yeah.
All I'm doing
You
is
can't have a
saying,
real conversation, bro. We got to have a real conversation.
okay, listen to me, Jeff. All I'm doing is saying what she said on the stand, nothing more, none less, and that's
I'm
what she
asking
said.
your opinion,
Yeah,
not what she
that's
said.
your opinion.
Okay, and I just said I don't know.
You being intellectually dishonest.
Well, that's your
You know,
opinion.
you
That's your
smarter than
opinion.
that, bro.
That's your opinion.
You from Chicago. You smarter than that.
You from Chicago, right? And you know that it's
And
fucking.
Mr. Keller, let me say this. You know and I know it costs more to live in Oak Park than it do Hyde Park.
Hyde Park. Hyde Park. She stayed in Hyde Park, not Oak Park. Hyde Park.
Right. But her
I,
parents lived in Oak Park. So why I mean like where could they relocate them that they can't afford if they can afford Oak Park
well,
for all these years?
well, I'm only going off of what she said on the stand. They didn't even talk about the parents. She said she actually when they
But
asked
she
about the
came
parents.
in with
Hold on.
her
You know
parents.
what?
All
You
of
know what
this
she
is based
said? You know
around
what
the
she
parents
said?
as well.
You know You know what she said
The deal
about the
was
parent?
made with the parents as well.
No, you know what she said as far as where they went. She said, "I don't know. You would have to ask them because they did." She said they did relocate them too, and she said you would have to ask them. That's what she said. She said, "I don't know. You have to ask them." And BonJean said, "You know what? I will do that." She did.
Oh
She said,
God,
"Yeah."
Mm-hmm.
She said,
come
"I
on,
will do that."
BonJean. I hope BonJean get on there.
Oh,
Oh
BonJean gonna tear that parent up though.
Hey, Angie, let me ask you this. Does that mean that the door, Angie's on the panel, y'all. Does that mean that the door is open for now that the parent can now be questioned?
Yeah, they
Right,
understand. Shit.
right. Her mother is
Can you hear
testifying.
me? Angie, can you hear me?
If the parent is going to testify, I mean, she's already going.
Everything open.
They're already on the list. Yeah, but if let me tell you, like when somebody when they open the door, that means open the door to the line of questioning, right? So if somebody starts to talk about the parents or whatever with somebody on the stand, that means that the other side can come in and talk about the parents as well. I mean, ask
So
them
that
about,
opened the door.
about the parents.
That was the open of the door.
Well, if the parents are already going to testify, it doesn't matter. When it's
Oh, they
opening
already
the
had the
door,
parents on there?
Yeah, they already on the list to testify.
Oh,
Oh man,
I didn't
that's
know
what's
that.
The
up.
mother is. The mother is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah.
The father was supposed to, but he passed away.
Okay.
Mm,
Interesting. All right, Angie.
interesting.
So welcome to the chat.
What's up, Angie?
What's going on? What's going on, Jeff? What's going on?
What's
Not
good with
much,
it, Miss
not much.
Angie?
I ain't.
Happy you here. Happy you here. I got some good questions for you too.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
right.
Since Mr. Kelly wanted to deflect and all that. No, I'm just joking with you. But seriously, I want to get a further understanding about, you know, and I know you've been keeping up with the transcripts and everything of that nature as it relates to the chain of custody with these tapes. What is your take on that as it pertains to, you know, Michael Avenatti and, you know, going through the proper channels to where we are today with the with the chain of custody as the tapes are related?
Well, Michael Avenatti is going to be a chain of custody witness, right? He can only be a chain of custody witness. All he has, only thing he has to do with it is because he some way got got the tape, right?
Right.
Is that correct? He got the tape, right? So, in the chain of custody, it starts at the collection. So, whenever the authorities obtain the tape, that's when the chain of custody started. So that's when they need to um show where it traveled, okay, how it traveled. And there's a link, right? There's a chain of custody. There's a chain of custody, I mean there's an imaginary link. And the defense job is to break into that link, right? To show where at some point the tape could have been manipulated, it could have been edited or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it would anytime if there's any deviation or whatever in that link in that chain of custody, then that would be the defense opportunity to come in and try to show that there was an opportunity for somebody to manipulate that tape.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. I appreciate that answer because I was trying to understand, like, you know, just from what we know, because we don't have the transcripts, like as Skyye has illustrated, that we don't have the full answer to those questions just as of yet rather. From what we do know, do you find the situation with, Avenatti going to CNN and the lady that was on a news station going publicly and saying that she viewed the tape, do you see that as problematic, or do you see that not is that being as no effect to this case at all?
Well, that's no effect to the case, but of course the defense can use that, because at this point you're trying to capture the jury. You're trying to get the jurors on your side. You're trying to get the jurors to believe that there is, that they should have reasonable doubt that, to cast the whole goddamn um negative light over the whole process with regards to Avenatti and the tape and all of that. But in the grand scheme of things and legally, it doesn't matter. All right,
Mm,
because unless they're saying that CNN and somebody whatever manipulated the tape at that junction, then it really doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Seeing it, I mean, you think about it, you have to view the tape to determine if you think it is child pornography, whatever. And the law gives you a certain amount of hours or days to turn over that tape.
mm.
Before your ass, you be unlawful. I know Sky like your cousin, but you before you'll get in trouble. They
I
give
know
you
you
like a
can
couple
cuss.
days.
You can cuss, Angie. I just don't want it to be, strategic cussing. But yeah, you can cuss. We
Yeah.
good.
Oh no.
Look, we know the
I
time.
do good. I ain't gonna say nothing, baby, because baby, I have a whole
No,
hour.
you good. Be natural.
I'm doing
Be
good.
natural. You good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but they give you a certain amount of time to turn the tape over to the authorities. So, and I don't know what was the purpose for him taking it to CNN or whatever. That I don't know. J Bo should ask him what was the purpose. Because I'm not that answer. I don't know.
Mm.
I got a question. So, considering when they got the tapes that Avenatti got, when he turned it over, considering that they put a protective order on it immediately and
Hmm.
made it where you have to come to Homeland Security, like it can't travel nowhere. You have to go to Homeland Security if you want to view it. Uh, would that make it harder for the defense to say that it was somehow the integrity of the tape was somehow manipulated or damaged or whatever, considering it never
Compromise.
left that office?
No, because that no, because that is with certain pieces of evidence, there is just automatic um defense strategies, right? So anytime there's a tape, they're going to challenge the timestamp, whether it's manipulated or edited. They're going to challenge the condition. They're going to challenge the chain of custody. It's just almost a preset thing. It's almost the stuff you learn in school. You just go down the line of that BS, and then whatever else you want to throw in that you may find you're gonna go at the person that the expert they put up there to say the tape is authentic. You're gonna go at him. It's just preset things. So in any time that there is sensitive evidence like that, but protective order is something standard. So no, she's not gonna uh, you know she shouldn't anyway.
It's funny you
They
said it because I did see a couple similarities, just a couple, not much, but a couple similarities with her and Kanik, like some of the techniques, and I was like, okay, I wonder if that's you know a automatic thing that
Mhm.
all defense
Yeah,
attorneys do.
yeah, automatically. It depends on what the situation is or the scenario, the evidence or whatever that usually dictates. Something. Most of the stuff you throw in, and then you come up develop your own stuff. Your own
She
stuff. That's a question as well.
I remember Kanik saying with the immunity thing with Demetrius is they I mean he said that they gave you immunity for you to come here and testify and tell the truth, but their truth is whatever they determine the truth is. And BonJean said the same exact thing, damn near verbatim.
Yep. Because what you're trying to illustrate is that the witness.
It said they determine what the truth is.
Right. The witness is pretty much what the defense is trying to say is that the witness is pretty much saying what the prosecutors agreed to. What they in other words, what they want them to say or whatever. So I'm trying to clean it up by saying what they agreed that the truth was. You know what I'm saying? Because with those immunities, there's a lot of stuff that's built into that. Now, if you lie and whatever, the immunity can only cover certain things. It may not cover something in the past and the future, all that type of stuff. So the whole premise of that immunity is to make sure that the person does not lie and that they tell the truth. However,
and that truth is not, purge me. Them telling the truth is not, putting what they call it, well, you can't testify against yourself. What they call it?
Incrimination.
Incriminated. She's not incriminating herself with her testimony. She's like protected from that.
Right. If she incriminates herself, she's protected as well.
I mean, yeah. I mean, being that she already testified back in the 2008 trial that it wasn't her, I thought that the immunity was, granted.
That's why it was granted, because it was perjury. That's why they gave it to her.
Okay, so it was part of that. Okay.
Right. Said you committed perjury back then, so we're gonna give you immunity and not lock your ass up in exchange of you testifying.
Yeah.
Right.
Most likely that's what it's for.
Yeah, she said that's what it was for.
I have a quick question. Did anybody on the panel see the tape at all?
Even a juror?
I'm talking about seeing it when it first came out.
What panel?
I'm talking about on this panel. I'm asking. Has anybody seen it? Did it have audio?
Yeah.
I saw the tape. Yeah.
Did it have audio?
I don't remember the audio. I don't remember the.
Yeah, because
I'm trying to know audio.
I'm trying to figure out how do the tape now have audio.
I remember the one part when that
audio.
girl, whoever that was holding up in that chair, and somebody called his name, and he stuck his head out and answered. I remember that. And I also remember, I said, honey, she is a champion, because I can't understand how she's still holding up in that chair, because I swear I've been engaged out.
Yeah, because
when on that ground, that chair be on top of me, honey. That girl was strong. I can't take all that, honey. I can't take
because
all
what I'm hearing. Because from what I'm hearing, like people saying that the original didn't have audio.
Huh?
From what I'm hearing,
I remember
people
audio,
saying that
the radio was playing.
that the original didn't have audio.
One I saw had audio because the radio was playing.
Yeah,
did you hear anything?
I think that's the only thing I heard somebody say. Like Progress said was like, "Hey, Kells," he came to the door and opened the door.
Right,
like, what?
So my thing is, where does the other shit come from?
I didn't remember hearing.
So where did 14-year-old pussy and all that come from? How they get in there?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
No, so it's supposed to be the original, right?
No. So the tape that we talked about that everybody saw online, that was the tape was in the.
Hold on, don't say that word Progress on here. You say PU something. Don't say no.
With the PU.
Yeah.
All right, so that tape that we all saw online, that was the tape that was entered in the 2008 trial. The Give Me the 14-year-old with JJ, that tape was never online.
Okay.
So it's not the original tape then?
That ain't no original. It's a different tape.
It's not a tape. It's a DVD now, right?
Okay, well, video. It's a different video. It's not the same video.
It's not the same video. It's different.
It's a completely different video that was out in
with the
the 08
same
trial.
scene.
Different scene.
It's a different scene.
Yes.
It's not the same scene.
No, different scene.
How would you know that?
Because that's what they testified. That's what they testified. That's what they said.
From my understanding, they didn't play a video. They just play audio and show still pictures.
From what they testified is it's 3 different tapes that they showed. They showed all 3. They showed clips. They showed clips.
So it's not.
I thought it was three different clips from the same tape, though.
From the same tape.
They showed. I'm trying to explain to you so you can have a better understanding.
Nah, I don't understand.
All right, well, I don't. All right, whatever, man. Whatever
I don't understand it, man. I don't get it because like if the original don't have audio, how this one have audio now?
Okay, but here's the thing, right? Everybody keeps getting caught up on the original. You got to have the original. No, you don't. Okay, for the purposes of what they need. All right, now I will say, as far as that conspiracy thing and the recoupment of the tapes or whatever, I think J-Bo has a strong argument with regards to that, because if you're talking about somebody, recoup the tapes or whatever, it would be good to have the tapes that they tried to recoup, but you don't need it because somebody can testify and say, they tried to recoup the tapes or whatever. Somebody that was a part of the conspiracy, the alleged conspiracy, because we know that it's supposed to be some other people besides McDavid and Brown that knew something about the recoupment of the tapes or had something to do with it or whatever. We know that due to the Santiago proper that the government introduced, right, to get those statements in, because we do know what they said, the people that were supposed to be testifying. So she has an argument with that. But as far as identifying, who's on the tape and whatever, that's more of what that's about. It's not about it in that, not the conspiracy, but in the other charges, it's about what's going on the tape, when it happened, where it happened, how old they were, or whatever. So it doesn't have to be the original and all of that. It can be a copy. And I said that before the paperwork came out and confirmed what I said, that it could be a copy. Somebody just need to say, that's me, that's him, I was this old age and this is where we were and this is what happened.
Right, Miss Angela, I understand that, but how can you bring a copy of something that is not on the original? All right, if the original had audio, how this gonna happen?
When I saw had audio on it because I heard the radio.
I mean, I'm talking about people talking. I'm talking about 14-year-old.
That's
I ain't gonna say the word, but the video didn't say it.
Like I was trying to explain to you earlier, that's a completely different.
It's the same video for 2008.
That's a different video from the 08 trial.
So it's a different. So the video they talking about,
the 14-year-old
video.
JJ, the one that they talk about, the 14-year-old but JJ is a completely. And here's how you know it's a different video, because when the one that was in the 08 trial, he was bald headed. The screenshots that Evernight had, he had a fro. So that tell you right there, 2 different videos.
So them videos were pasted together then.
One he had a fro. Listen, one he had. I'm trying to tell you that how it was different. Evernight he had a fro. 08 he was bald headed. So that right there, if you don't understand with that in itself, is 2 different videos. I can't help you.
What Evernight got convicted of?
Progress is on it. Progress has got.
Yeah, what Evernight got convicted of though, Kill?
Something with Nike fraud or something.
Fraud. So we gonna really believe what he bringing up?
Well, the evidence is the evidence. You see it for yourself.
I'm saying, would you?
Yeah,
right, if you understand,
at it, you have no
just,
choice. Okay, listen to me. You have no choice when you looking at it with your own eyes.
What we're looking at is not. Did they show a video?
We about
Yes,
to
they
get
showed
out.
the video Friday.
No, they was still pictures, man.
No, they showed the video Friday. They ain't
Oh,
showed no
hey,
still pictures. They showed the video and audio.
hey, Mr. Keller, a wild man told me believe none of what
Nothing
you
what you
hear,
see,
half of
half
what
what
you
you.
see.
Hey.
That's
And I
right.
can see that, right? That's some bull.
We coming out the weeds. Hey, Miss Frugal. Hey, Corey Simmons. Welcome everybody to the chat. Today we are doing a panel talking about the Chicago trial, the current trial. Everybody's welcome on the panel. I don't care what side you on, as long as you come in here and you respectful. Okay. Make sure that you have, if you have a problem with what somebody says, make sure you attack their comment and do not attack them. Angie, Miss Venus Rising had a question. Can you do a quick, brief explanation as to why this case is not double jeopardy?
Oh, oh, snaps. A
Okay,
favorite topic.
Hey, y'all go
Okay,
on
oh
mute.
Lord.
Ain't talking, so
Because
we
it's
can make
Miss
sure we hear her.
Phoenix. God, Miss Phoenix, honey. I won't threaten to kill you, okay? So the reason why it's not double, and let me make sure it's a question. Andrews, the scene of tape is the same as the later case. Why isn't it double jeopardy, and why shouldn't it be thrown out? Okay, here's the thing with double jeopardy, right? The reason why it's not double jeopardy is because, and I'll just give you the basics, right? One is a different jurisdiction. So that's a different jurisdiction from before. This is federal. The last case was state. Two, they changed the charges. The last case, it was child pornography. He was being charged with in state. This time it is sexual abuse under the feds. All right. Three, the elements are different. Okay. The elements for that child pornography were I forgot what it was, but the one for the sexual abuse is slightly different. So you can use the same evidence in the case. You can use the same evidence. All right, because that, and it has nothing to do with, because that case was obstructed. It has nothing to do with that, because even if the case was obstructed, what they would do would they would bring it back and charge him with obstruction, and the elements as far as what it has to do with obstruction, not the actual charge again. You know what I'm saying? You can't even charge them again with the same thing, even though they say the case was obstructed, because that would be double jeopardy. You have to get them with the obstruction, and then the elements for obstruction would be different. So they can use the tape from before. It wouldn't make it double jeopardy because the charge is different. The evidence may be the same, but the charges is different. Therefore, the elements are different, and also is further covered by it being a different jurisdiction. If that explains it.
I got a quick question. Why in the elements when it comes to sexually assaulting a minor, that coercion and enticement is like always one of the elements?
Coercion, enticement, because they're saying if you're underage, that it was the adult that led you into this particular crime, right? It was the adult, even if they didn't. And this is the bear part of it. This is the bear part of it, right? What I mean bear, it's just like it's automatically assumed without him actually physically or verbally saying, enticing and all of that, saying, hey, won't you do this? Hey, you want to do this? Whatever. It's almost assumed just because he's the adult that you coerce, entice, induce, whatever.
But
That
can it be a situation where they wasn't coerced or enticed, but still was sexually assaulted as a minor, but wasn't coerced or enticed?
you have to be really, and I can't because I don't do high crimes and stuff. I've never done high crimes and stuff like that. But you have to. No, not really. It's always almost is going to be that particular verbiage in there
I
because
understand. I understand the
because
verbiage. I understand the verbiage is in there, but what I'm saying, it can be. Can it be a scenario that it wasn't any coercion enticement going on, but they was sexually assaulted, but it wasn't no coercion and enticement involved.
No, she
with
know
it
what you're saying
when you're
because
talking
Even though
about
it's
the
an
act,
element, even though it's an element.
right? If it's in there, okay, put it like this: if it's in there, then they are alleging that at the bear, okay, just the bare presence that there was an adult that you led this person, this minor, via enticement, coercion, or whatever, into this particular sexual abuse.
But they
If you
wanted
understand
it
what I'm
though.
saying? Huh?
They wanted it. You don't have to lead them. They wanted it.
No, well, that's not how that works. I don't care. And first of all, a minor cannot consent, but take out the consent part, okay?
Right.
When you're talking about the coercion, you're also talking about the behavior. The behavior is he had allegedly had sex with an alleged minor. So therefore,
Oh, so it's the behavior.
yeah, it's the behavior. It's the behavior, and then depending on how what else happened, it's also the intent. Did that person intend? So that's when you start seeing the next thing, but knowingly and willfully and all of that. That's where it start getting expanded. You know.
and you know what? Remember, Angie, that's I said that to you. I said that's the part I don't like about the law. Is
Mm-hmm.
because they automatically give you those elements regardless of whether it's true or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's I remember saying that, and I
Yep.
still say the same thing today. I don't see why that is, but I mean, it helps the law out because they when they hit you with that sexual abuse of the minor, boom, they can come back and hit you with that other element. You see what I'm saying? So they could just stack the
Right.
deck on you, even whether it's true or not. They gonna bring that in and stack the deck just on the mental factor alone. It's a dirty game,
I
y'all.
got a
Y'all better be ready.
That's a good point. I got a question for Angie as well. And I know this is kind of premature, being that this is we only down 1 week in the trial, and the trial is expected to go 4 to 6 weeks. But so far, what would you say? Now we can, and I like how you broke down, and we could dispel the whole double jeopardy theory. What would you say is the strongest defense that the defense has in this case so far? I know it's kind of premature, but so far, what would you say would be their strongest angle to go into?
The strongest angle is to me would be an exculpatory defense, which is either a justification or an excuse. Because here's the thing, right? We know based on the evidence that something happened. Now, what's in dispute is how it happened, why it happened, and what was the circumstances that led to and all of that, right? What was the age and all of this, whatever. We do know that something happened, all right, because allegedly we got tapes. Oh, yeah, and I don't want to say tapes. At this point, hell, I don't know what the videos and stuff they showing in there. So I'm gonna say the visual depictions. We know
Hmm.
that there is some visual depictions that of something happening. We
Something
do
happened.
know, huh?
I know you're right. Something has happened.
Something has happened. So she can't get around that. All right. She can do, you can keep stabbing at it, whatever, but it's, people gonna believe what they see. All right. And not too much what they hear from her. So you
And
got
you know what? It's funny you say that because the judge told them is don't take nothing that the
The lawyer
Uh,
say.
lawyers say as
As
evidence.
evidence. Right? Evaluate based on the evidence, right?
He said, don't, whatever the lawyers say, don't consider that evidence.
Right.
And that
Right.
the
So
testimony in the exhibits was the evidence.
Okay, go
right.
ahead and let her finish. Don't interrupt her. We want to hear this.
Girl, you know how Keller do. So we always have this back and forth. So um so so since you have that, right? And then on top of that, you got these people and went out there and got a money trail going. And you got people out there trying to allegedly recoup tapes and stuff like that, and people making travel arrangements and all. So it's a lot going on. So to me, your best bet is to try to use exculpatory defenses, right? And along the lines of all of that, you got diminished capacity, which deals with his mental, which to me will play into his intent. You have all kinds of stuff. In this situation, I don't believe we have anybody lying about their age, but it's all kinds of stuff where you can say, well, this is why this happened. This is why this crime happened. Because you can't get out and say, well, I mean, I didn't. Unless he did, I haven't heard anything like this, and I don't think they're going for this. But unless he said, well, I didn't have sex with these people or whatever, and that's hard because one, he's probably not going to take the stand, and you got people that's taking the stand saying, well, yes, you did. So you got to make some type of exculpatory excuses, which are defenses, why this happened, why it
Okay.
happened, right? And
Yeah, before you finish, I hate to interject. For the people that may not be aware, can you kind of break down what you mean by exculpatory?
right, exculpatory defenses, right, which means that it's saying that your client has some degree of guilt, but it mitigates his guilt, right? It doesn't say that he's 100% guilty, and it says that he's guilty, and here's why. That's why diminished capacity and things of that nature falls in the line of exculpatory defenses, because it's given a reason why
Right.
this particular crime happened. And what happens is this: if if it works out, okay, it can either reduce your time significantly, reduce your participation in the crime significantly in front of the jury, or it can sometimes find your behind not guilty. That's different than having an insanity plea and all of that. It's totally different. I'm talking about exculpatory. If let me see, how can I? Because I wanna. To
Oh, you
me,
broke it down. You broke it down perfectly.
okay,
But
yeah. But what I
know,
want to say is that because I'm trying to merge it, or not really merge it, but at least make it bump into reasonable doubt. Okay, because you have you're mitigating someone's guilt, right? You're saying, okay, well, he's guilty, but this is the reason why. So, and therefore, my client, blah 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 blah. What? But when you dealing with the reasonable doubt part of it, the reasonable doubt to me, and in my opinion, kind of changes, because now you're saying, well, um, it's not that I think that I don't think he did it or whatever. It's that my reasonable doubt coming in in this particular point, saying that I have a reasonable doubt that you know what? But for those circumstances, he probably wouldn't committed the crime. So I have a reasonable doubt coming from not the traditional reasonable doubt, like that we know of, right? That the law speak of and all of that. But I'm talking about I have a reasonable doubt now if I'm looking at it with exculpatory defenses and saying, look, okay, well, damn, it's reasonable that, but for his diminished capacity, these parents, and whatever else that's going on with the that the defense is going to bring up, is reasonable, or it's reasonable that, hey, he probably wouldn't have committed this, and it's reasonable to think that his role in this particular crime is not as great as the prosecutor is making it. So that's when you have to me when you have exculpatory defenses, it kind of changes the way you look at reasonable doubt. That's what I'm
I
just trying to
wonder.
say.
I wonder if BonJean was going to take that approach because she had someone, or she tried to get someone to come on and talk about his IQ, and it was
Mm-hmm.
denied. It was denied.
Oh, wow.
So he's not going to come up there. So I wonder if she was going to, take that approach.
Yeah, because see, when you have when you use exculpatory defenses, that means you have to explain that evidence. You have to have a answer for that evidence.
Yeah, but
That's
at
different.
the same time, it's saying that he did it, but this is why he did it. But I
Right.
thought that he was maintaining his innocence. From what I've been hearing. But with that, you will have to say, okay, yeah, he did this, but this is why he did it.
Yeah, but you can still say this is why he did it, and you should ultimately find my client innocent because these are the factors in which he did it. So that's what I'm saying. So you can be found not guilty by using those defenses, or you can mitigate your guilt. All right. If you're found guilty, then you can mitigate. And what happens is now you've already done your just say, if he's found guilty, whatever. Now you've already done your legwork. Now I'm talking about in cases where there's a lesser, when you can get a lesser charge, or if they you get a lesser charge, or even when you get to the phase where you're doing the sentencing material, whatever. Now you've already argued for a mitigating circumstances already. You already did your mitigation during the trial. You carry that through to the sentencing, and then it should play out when they do the goddamn um thingamajigger. You know what I'm trying to say. What is it, Kells? I can't think right now. But when they start doing the PSI or the PSR, the pre-sentencing report, so it helps you out, to me, my opinion, just throughout the trial. And if it don't go your way, at least you can try to look for it on the PSR, to not to get like some crazy stuff like Lyfe and all that kind of craziness. You understand what I'm saying? You've already done the work. It's just, when
Well,
you
let
got
me.
to.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean
No,
to
I would
interrupt.
say you with those exculpatory defenses, that means you're answering that evidence. You're telling why that evidence exists.
And
And
Kelly
to
done
me,
hopped off
just
in here, doggone it. Shh.
uh
No, go ahead. Kelly done hopped off some kind of way.
He just snuck
and
out the
it's
back
like,
door.
yeah, it's just like, so I mean, it's like you can't ask the people to look over there and not see that evidence or whatever, and blank, and I mean, I don't see how you can get around when you have people, you have the people on the stand talking about that's them in the video. then you have the video, then you got some type of conspiracy with connection to the videos. It's just, it's just too much. It's overwhelming.
And this is what I wanted to say, Angie. And see, Kelly done hopped off of here, but this is the point that he's missing. Okay, that I feel that BonJean established. It's not that okay, he's on the tape and he did this. Okay. I feel like it's been established by BonJean that okay, yeah, let's say he's on the tape and he did do this, but the age is now in question because they said it was 14. She's saying it's 15. So we don't even know what age you really were in this tape. So I feel like there's reasonable doubt already established in the fact that we haven't established what age you were in the tape. Am I missing something?
And another thing with that tape, is that the part that was supposed to be her had never had a timestamp. So how do we know, how can we pinpoint anything?
Progress.
We can't pinpoint anything because there's no timestamp. And when have you ever seen a VHS tape without a timestamp? That clearly indicates that something was tampered with to cover up the time frame. So I don't even think that the tape that they have in question now has a timestamp that they're presenting in court. So that's a huge infraction to pinpoint her age or who was in the tape. So I don't know. It's just crazy, but
well, we're gonna go over it because this transcript right here that I was trying to look at it. This is this will be, we did Wednesday, so this will be Thursdays, and I'm just trying to look back and see what they saying about this tape. And but
that's excellent.
Yeah, this is Thursday because I read Wednesday already. So, and if anybody wants to see Wednesday, just go into the go to the channel and you can watch Wednesday. I read what happened on Wednesday, and then tomorrow, if I can, I'm gonna try and read this one that happened on Thursday. The 18th will be Thursday, right? Yeah, so this will be Thursday.
Yeah.
So we'll get down to it because that's the thing. I can't really argue what he's saying because he was in the he went to court. So him and Chi-Town went to court, so they got a different perspective. But once I read the transcripts, I could better understand kind of the particulars of what's going on. So
well, I really enjoyed the conversation. I appreciate Skyye for having me on, and everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. I want to wish everybody a happy Sunday morning. Peace and blessings to everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and lay it down. I'm gonna throw something on the grill, cuz you're welcome to slide through if you tomorrow. But
look, if I was there, we'd already linked up. So
right.
we gonna chop it. Trust me.
Yes. Oh yeah, yes indeed. Yes indeed. But man, I wanna wish everybody a great rest of your weekend and have a blessed Sunday. So man, till the next time, everybody, I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks.
See you later, Jeff.
You always welcome on the panel.
All right. See you later, Chi-Town. All right, Skyye. Bless.
Take care.
Thanks.
So I'm trying to think. Y'all want to keep going? Because it's 80 people in here. Anybody got more questions? We've been on here for a minute. We hitting the 3-hour mark. Right. Good morning, Jeff. I appreciate everybody for coming into the channel and supporting the channel and subscribing. And especially thank you everybody who donated. And also donated for the transcripts. So we ain't gonna be these transcripts, y'all, is from what I've been told, what they say about 300 a day. So we ain't gonna stress about it. We gonna have to Thursday and Friday, and we'll see from there. You know what I'm saying? If it get later, get later, good later, then we might say we want to get some particular days. But 300 a day, and that's just from what I'm thinking is what they saying the average is times 4 weeks. We ain't got that, and I'm not even about to ask nobody for that. So, we gonna do what we could do. That's it. That's all.
Cool.
So that's really it. And if anybody did donate to the for the transcripts, if you want to copy the transcripts, I ain't got no problem giving them to you. I'm a fair person. You support me, I support you. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. You come on my channel, I come on your channel. So that's just how I am. So let's see. There was something else I want. Oh, Angie, this is what I wanted to ask you. They tried to make me forget. Angie, you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, let me see. Now, oh God, I gotta formulate it right. Somebody can go ahead and talk while I'm trying to formulate this. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I can't think of the question, but hopefully, if I talk, it'll come to me. Okay, so basically, with the tape now, and I was saying this earlier with Keller, the judge is going to instruct them on how they can and cannot, or should not rule. But if they come in and feel that they do like what BonJean is saying and they agree with BonJean, they can still come back and rule and say not guilty, even though they was told not to, right? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
No, I'm trying. Andrew, you still there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Can you
here.
hear me?
I can
Did
hear
you
you
hear me?
now. Uh-uh.
Okay. Okay, let me say it again. So the judge is gonna say how they should rule in this trial. Now, let's say some people on the jury panel agree with me, agree with Shantan and other people in the chat that we believe the outside factors that make him not guilty. They can still vote how they want to vote, right? Regardless of how they was instructed.
Okay. So that's kind of called jury. Well, I ain't gonna call it jury nullification, but that's encroaching on that. So they're gonna instruct them to rule by the evidence. Now, they're not going. I'm not gonna say that there's not gonna be the you know people sitting on the jury where the human side kicks in and say, well, you know what? Here's the evidence, and yeah, whatever. They should be able to disagree with the evidence and not believe in the evidence, and testimony is evidence. So you can do that. But to say just, you know what, I don't, if it doesn't show that the government is being shady in some kind of way, then the jury shouldn't sit up there and think that the government is being shady. You know, that's the instructions. But we are humans. There can be somebody that's saying, you know what, I know that's what my instructions are, but I still say something ain't right. So what they'll do, they should get back there in the back and they should ask the appropriate questions of that particular juror to find out if he or she is making his judgment based on the evidence presented in the trial, or based on how he or she feels about, Mr. Kelly or the accusers or whatever. Did I answer it?
So wait. So you saying say that end part again?
So
I kind of
the juror, the people, when they get in the back, and if there's anybody back there that is, not in agreement or whatever, they should be able to determine just by, questioning and them talking amongst themselves, if that particular juror is disagreeing with the evidence, or what have or agreeing with it, depending on how the jury feel, or is it a more of a the conspiracy, or you keep talking to them and you hear some bias coming out, maybe how they feel about they feel that the surviving R.Kelly was the Bible, or the reverse. You know what I'm
Or
saying?
they feel the judge ain't being right or something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
okay,
All of that.
okay.
Just anything that's not, that's different than what they are instructed to do. They're going to be given specific instructions, and they
Hmm.
are supposed to, um, go strictly by what they were told by that
But at
judge.
the end of the day, they can, like you saying, have other factors that make them say, boom, not guilty. Or, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? However they want to vote. Okay. Okay.
yeah, but it better be because they disagree with the evidence.
Okay. This is my question. See, I knew by talking I was going to come up with it. Okay. Now, this is also a federal trial in Chicago that he's
Right.
going through.
This is the federal trial.
Oh, Father. So help me out. This is my question. If he get found guilty, does that mean all these points from New York are gonna be added with the points from this trial? Is that how
In
that go?
his in his PSI or PSR, the fact that he was found guilty is going to, be reflecting on when they go to doing his point system, his points and stuff for this particular trial. So, you get some points if you're convicted felon of whatever, whatever the sentencing advisory, states. You get points for this, points for that, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But talks about his convictions in New York and whatever. That is inadmissible unless it has something to do with financial crimes. So I don't know if, and I think they did a motion. Was that on a motion in limine not to discuss what happened in New York, or wasn't that on a motion, some motion or something?
I think it
Pretrial
was.
motion. Wasn't it on there?
Yeah, I thought they said something like don't bring in that. Well, no. Oh, I can't remember. I don't want to say that because I don't think
Yeah,
they said don't bring that in.
yeah. So,
I
um,
can't remember.
yeah. So unless it's a crime, dealing with like dishonesty and whatever, usually, your previous convictions should not even be brought up. But if he is found guilty, then when they do the sentencing material with the sentencing memorandum and the PSR or whatever, it can show up there. It just not can show up in front of the jury.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
What is the
'Cause that's what I was
difference?
wondering. Because I'm trying to figure out like so basically if he get found guilty, is it gonna be life? Because if they come up with all them doggone points, shoot, he gonna be in the same. Well, I guess he could have got life before though. But if you add
Right.
all of them up, shoot, it's gonna be, that's a lot
Right.
of points.
I said question in chat, miss. And it was a minimum sentence for hypothetically if he's found guilty. He has different charges, different counts that have different different minimums and mandatories, whatever. But now, since it's all an advisory, right? The government can sentence outside of those guidelines, so they don't. She don't have. He doesn't have to go by what you face 5 years for that count or whatever. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe when I went through it, and I think the lowest was. Hold on, I wrote it down. What was the lowest? The lowest he had was it was 5 to 20 on counts 6, 7, and 8. On count one is 30 or life. On count 2, 3, and 4, it is 30 years. On count 5, it is 20 years. On count 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 is 10 or life, right? 10 or life. So 10 to life. So what I figure, and this is just my prediction, if there is a conviction, and before, I hit it dead on the target before, but now I'm saying, because I don't, this judge kind of throws me off. To me, it's either going to be 30 years, 30 to life, or life. Now that's three different things. Reason being because he has a count. His largest count is 30. 30 years. It's 30 years to life, but 30 years, right? He can take all, if he's got found guilty of, the rest of the counts, 2 through 13, or even some of them, then, he can just run them. He's supposed to run them all currently. And to me, it would just make sense, logical, what they say about this particular judge. They say he's the lifer, as well as the seriousness of the crimes, alleged crimes. 30 years would be something that I could see him saying. I could see him saying 30 years because of all of these different these different charges. And that would be like a mid range, because you got some of this stuff going spanning to life. And then you got some as low as 5 years. You got one that's 20.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Now, let's say there is a guilty verdict. That means the appeal will have to be separate from the appeal from New York, or can she do them both together?
No, it'd be a separate appeal.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, we gotta
It'll,
pray for the
it'll be a
victims.
separate post conviction phase. So you're gonna see the post conviction motions come out, which is gonna be an acquittal and a new trial, because you got to file those together. Well, they're typically filed together, and then you're gonna come out with the appeal process to the higher courts. And then if that don't work, whatever, then you can still come back around to Judge Lennon Weber with the 2255 and habeas corpus. It's the same process.
Okay. Ooh, we gotta pray
And
for the win. My God, that's ridiculous.
yeah, and the thing about it is, and you got to with federal cases, when it's two cases involved, or one or more case, two or more cases involved, you have something called aggregate sentencing, right? Which means that it's supposed to go this way, but a judge can do it differently. The sentences are supposed to be consecutive. So whatever he gives R.Kelly, right? If it says there's a conviction, it's supposed to be consecutive. So it's not supposed to be served concurrently unless he makes that choice to do so. If he says that he want to run it concurrently, then he can make that judgment. Other than that, it's supposed to be consecutive.
My God, my Lord,
Yeah,
have
yeah,
mercy.
That's the
uh-huh.
That's
overkill. That's the
insane.
overkill.
My
Yeah.
God.
I mean,
For
that's
what?
procedure. That's procedure in the book. Yeah.
My God.
So he
That
would
is
have to make
It's an
that choice.
overkill in my eyes.
yes,
Hmm.
overkill for some jump offs. I mean, this is just pitiful. This he
Hello,
already
Linda.
got overkill with the 30, and then you gonna come back and basically bury him. Because look at this. This is just how I'm looking at it. If let's say he do get guilty, and you saying it's probably gonna be same thing, 30. Okay, 30 and 30, that's already life. If he come back with life is life. And then he
Yeah.
already got 30, so he gotta win. We need the W, y'all, somewhere. Because this is looking ridiculous when you look at it. You know what I'm saying? Just break it down
Yeah.
in regards to this time. That's ridiculous. And for what? Just for what? No harm was done. Well, we already know it's not about the victims. It's really about just taking him down. So, but it's sad that they using these women to do it. That's the
And
sad
I
part.
understand it was different jurisdictions, but I just feel like all this shit should have been in one trial. All of it.
Yeah, well, see, that's the dirty game of the law. You see what I'm saying? One slick, and they
One,
knew what they
one,
was
one
doing.
guilty, one
Changed it
innocent,
with, like Angie
or
said,
one,
they
one,
changed it to,
one sentence.
yeah, but like Angie said, they changed jurisdictions, and they changed it from child pornography to sexual abuse. They knew what they had to do to come to run
Yeah.
it back.
To
They
get
know
around it.
exactly
Yeah.
what they doing.
To get around it.
Yeah, they knew. Linda Alexander, welcome to the chat. Yeah, they knew.
Yeah. Hey,
That's them.
Linda.
Welcome. They know
Because
what's going on.
they could have just went along with the obstruction, do the elements for that, and that wouldn't have been so many counts. But they went and said, okay, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna essentially just take the 2008 trial and kind of redo it. That's technically what you're doing, but we're going to, of course, avoid double jeopardy because we're smart enough and know how to do it, and we know how to select that evidence to fit those elements. You see what I'm saying? See,
Mm-hmm.
and so let me tell you, for Florida, right? So there are charges. You got your regular laws or whatever. And then we have also in other states as well have something called special circumstances, right? Like just say and the elements and with special circumstances, that means you got to find someone guilty of both that that that, that general element, that charge, as well as the special circumstances. So here's the thing. Okay, so just say somebody um, kills a mother in front of their 5-year-old child.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they did it or whatever, based on the intent of what have you, it made it second degree. So I made it 15 years.
Okay.
Okay. But they write in a special circumstances. And the special circumstances is that they killed them in front of the 5-year-old child. So that means the prosecutor got to prove both the murder itself as well as the killing in front of the 5-year-old child. How easy is that? Okay, if somebody done murdered somebody and they killed him in front of the 5-year-old child, boom, that's proven. So that takes that 15-year charge to life, takes it to life. So
Whoa.
so
Woo.
so in the state case, how what that lady name is, but this is how y'all write y'all actual law. So that for y'all isn't a special circumstances, but the prosecution got to prove that. So one of the parts of the element is that one of those people it was at least 13, but not 17, and Mr. Kelly was at least 5 years, 5 years older. But that's easy to prove.
Right.
So that's like one element down. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that's how the prosecutor, so that's how it's real easy to select your evidence to prove those factors. It's real easy to do that. And you kind of securing yourself a win when you do that.
Mm-hmm. This is
Okay, Miss
ridiculous.
Brooks said, how
Like,
can this?
I just don't understand. Like, this is just, I mean, money is how should I put it? Them fighting for him I mean, trying to stop him from getting his rights to his music and all that type of stuff. I understand it, it's a big business deal, but all this is just too much. It's pitiful.
Let me answer Karen quick. I'm sorry, Scott. Let me answer Karen
No,
question
you're
real
okay.
quick. Okay, she said, how can the state of Illinois have a case too? Is the state Illinois case utilizing some of the same evidence they have in this federal case? I'm pretty sure they are, right? Um, I forgot what I said because I pulled up the state's indictment when I was over. Did I say was it sexual abuse?
Yeah, you
Let me
said
pull it
sexual abuse.
real.
They changed it from
In the
child
state case,
porn to sexual abuse.
in the state case too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I
All
thought you was
right, let
talking
me
about
let me
today
look
what
at it
you
real
said.
quick. Um, because that will kind of answer your question. Um, so let me tell you now. And this is just my opinion because I asked the question when I saw that he was charged in both the state and the federal in the same state, right? So in the prosecution manual, right, there is something called the petite policy. It's not a law; it's just a policy. Where the if the state has charges, if the state has charges, they're asking that the federal don't charge on top of them with pretty much the same thing, right? One, is money is always a factor. Money is, the budget, as well as it's just a waste of almost time and resources or whatever. And so when
Mm-hmm.
I saw the feds not dropping their case and the state not dropping their case, and they basically charging for same behaviors, I said, oh, they really want him.
Yeah, they want them.
They really
Yes,
want him.
yes.
They
And I'm
really
talking
want
about
him.
this
I
is the
cannot can't
ultimate
take this
pile up
thing.
because you can't. It's. I mean, people might not see it how I see it, but 30 years is already life. The man is 55. You know what I'm saying? We need that appeal on that, and we need some W's along the rest of this. You see what I'm saying? So
And
this
let me
is
see if I can
pitiful
pull up
because
the state. Remember, I can pull up the state quicker than I can. Let me see. What is this?
look, I'm trying to say it looks like at the beginning of this, she cross examines that detective. And I really want to know, I want to see Rashana's testimony. I hope it's on this day.
What day
On
is that? What date is
Thursday.
that?
Thursday. Did she come on Thursday?
I think it was, yeah, she was that Thursday and Friday.
Oh, good. Okay. We gonna read this then tomorrow. We'll have to get on this. Let me see. Ooh, this sucker is 200 pages. Yeah. The first
Mm,
page Wednesday was only 100. This is 200 pages. Dear Lord.
where is this man's state case? I know I have it. Oh, that's
Yeah, they want a lot of money for this stuff,
oh,
y'all.
there it is. There it is. This stuff is, you know what? I wouldn't mind trying um to get a sense of the psychology of all of them with all of this is going on. I want to know with regards to R. Kelly, right? So he's gotten a 30-year sentence from New York, right? And right now, you can't get out of that. You got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know going forward in this case, does he have the same butterflies or the same hesitation and nerve? No, like what is he feeling like? Because when I played that clip from Jim Derogatis, he said he understand that R. Kelly was offered a 30-year plea in the Chicago case and he didn't take it.
Well, why
So
would
I
you
don't
take
know,
30 years?
huh?
I wouldn't take 30 years neither.
Yeah, in this
Mm.
case, I mean, because it's all right. So they changed it. Yeah, so I know the state had to change the sexual abuse to get around it. Because remember, so I'm looking at it. So it's sexual abuse. So let me go and I can answer your question better. Let me make sure it's aggravated sexual abuse. So yeah, they can use some of the same. They can use some of the same evidence. It's not going to constitute double jeopardy because the elements are different from before. Let me see. What name? RL. Let me see. It's LC. This is crazy. HW. Was that Heather Williams? I'm trying to see. Um, Geronda's. Is Geronda in here?
That's the
HW.
state case.
Yeah. Trying to see if Geronda in here. Okay, that's Geronda. And there's Rashana in here. JP. 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 Sorry, y'all. Um. Okay, Rashana is in here. So let me read her elements and stuff. You don't mind, Sky? You mind?
Oh, no, go
Uh,
ahead. We want all the information.
okay. So it says aggravated criminal sexual abuse in that he knowingly committed an act of sexual penetration upon RL, to wit contact between Robert Kelly's penis and RL's mouth, and RL was at least 13 years of age but under 17 years of age, and Robert Kelly was at least 5 years older than RL, and the statute of limitations for this prosecution is extended pursuant to 720 Compiled Statute Act 5, and that RL was under the age of 18 at the time. Okay, I'm kind of skipping through it. And the statute of limitations for this prosecution is extended. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you got that one. Then you have didn't knowingly contact. Okay, the statute of limitation. All right. So they can use the clips of the videos in here to show that there was some sexual contact, or definitely they can use her testimony. I'm trying to see, is there anything about a video in here? Say there was an age of, so all this is talking about Committed 30 rounds. Prosecution, 18th birthday. Okay. Let me see. Come on. All right, so that's it with her. So they can definitely use, let me come back right now. They can definitely use her that video to show some proof of like there was some kind of sexual contact while she was under the age of 18. They can use that. So it's not going to be double jeopardy, like I said, because these charges are aggravated sexual abuse, not the child pornography as he was previously charged back in 2002 or 2008.
I'm sorry, I was muted. You got a question that says, I don't see why. What's the problem? They talk all the time. She's asking you, can the judges talk from the New York case in this case?
Can the judges talking? I mean, that they can. I mean, I don't know why they would need to, but they can.
Yeah, because I mean, I was watching something today. It was something with, it's called innocent or guilty, something like that. And basically, sure, they had a judge there. You know, they do like a mock trial prior to the person's trial. So they had a judge there, a prosecutor there. You know, basically asking their defendant, you know, their person questions just to make sure they're ready for court. So these people are friends. You know what I'm saying? And you know
Mm-hmm.
the prosecutors and the what they call defense attorneys, they friends. You know, people be thinking that they on opposite sides. That's a lie. That's why I made sure that my channel is we allow everything in both up here, because in real life you don't have just all defendants. I mean, all the defense team talking together. No, these people going to lunch together. They friends. They work together. They make deals together. The judges as well. They friends with these judges. If you don't think these attorneys is friends with these judges, you crazy. There's no such thing as a one-sided a silo. You know what I'm saying? That's not how the real world is in no situation. But it's a lot of people that think that. You know, I even had a situation where I'm looking like, well, sure, if you for me, how the heck is you friends with the prosecution? You know what I'm saying? Or the friends with the people that I'm trying to sue. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on here? And if anything, you
Yeah,
need to be making a deal under the table, buddy. If y'all is friends, you know what I'm saying? Get the hell out of here. Sick of these folks. Yes,
yeah,
right. We
and right. And J-Bo is skilled enough and crafty enough to use those type of things to work, in her favor. Anything that casts a doubt over this whole legal process, she gonna try to find it and use it.
yeah, and that's really what it's gonna come down to. You know, hopefully J Bo can work her magic, and I shouldn't say work her magic, but do her job to the best of her ability. So far, it looks like she getting her objections in, and she doing what she can. And I said minimize guilt, but I guess the proper words is mitigating the guilt. Mitigating. I need to start using that instead of minimizing. So mitigating circumstances. Because to me, that's what it appears she's doing. You know, while she's trying to say, oh, well, you had a relationship with him. So even after this alleged abusive situation, you remain friends with him. You still stayed in contact with him till 2019. You still wanted to be, you know what I'm saying? She keep trying to give different, letting people know that this just wasn't a one time boom, boom, you know, basically showing like it looks like this girl, the incident happened and then the girl stuck around. That's what it's looking like to me. Like she's trying to mitigate the situation to her best of her ability. So it's interesting. Talking to the state of the feds game section. Okay, Shot Town. Nope, the sound isn't off. Can you, Andrew, can you hear me? Angie. Angie might have fell asleep, y'all. Well, we about to get out of here anyway. We've been on here 3 hours and 34 minutes. I want to say everybody, thank you for coming to the channel. Thank you for coming on the panel. Tomorrow, hopefully I got some time, but we read Wednesday yesterday. If you want to hear the transcripts from Wednesday, read the Skylife way, then go look at it. It's in the list. We read the transcripts for Wednesday. Tomorrow I'm gonna try and read Thursday. It's gonna be BonJean cross-examining Rashana. And then Friday, no, it'll be Rashana, because I tried to look at it just now. It looks like Rashana is testifying, and then on Friday it looks like Rashana is being cross-examined. So it's 200 pages, so we'll get there. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, I mean, if you guys want to donate to the channel, my I guess I could put it up here. My cash app is $Skylife SKYYE. I put it at the bottom of the screen. SKYYELYFE. And you can also do a super chat or a super sticker as well. I want to thank you also, T House, for the super sticker that you did. I want to thank Chi-Town. I really don't want to say everybody names that they don't see. You know who you are. Everybody who donated for the transcripts, you know who you are. If you did donate for the transcripts or to the channel, send me your email if you want a copy of the transcripts. I ain't got no problem. I'll send you a copy. But outside of that, thank you, Angie. Angie might have went sleep. But thank you, Angie, for coming
I'm
up.
here.
Are
I'm
you here?
here.
I thought you went away. Okay. Thank you for
Uh-uh.
coming in. Who else was that? Robert Keller, Jeff, Chi-Town, Diane Lett, and Progress, and Lil Matt. I hope I ain't missed nobody. Thank y'all for coming to the panel. Thank you for supporting the channel. But you guys, we'll get back at it tomorrow, and we'll see what's going on. But
I,
go ahead, Angie.
I was just gonna tell you good night, to the check good night, and thank y'all and everything. I thought you was done.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
you can go ahead and say your final words. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Once again, this is the first week. It's. I mean, I'm split on it, and here's the thing, because I have found myself second guessing what was said, but I got to keep in mind that was said outside of the courtroom, so it doesn't count. What they're
Mm-hmm.
saying on the stand is what counts. And and all these different, they introducing all these different people into it and all of this whatever, and it looks like it was more. You had a whole bunch of people crying and stuff, and when it turns out, it seems like some of these people were 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 kind of, and if they were under 18, then I mean it's not consent. It's not even up for debate as far as the law. But these other people, you seen Drea tears, um you seen what the girl named Lisa Van Allen. You see what the prosecution said about her age when she met R.Kelly and all this here. Said she met him at 18. I mean, I'm sorry, she had sex with him when she turned 18. So like what is going on? But
Wait,
the
who
the
had sex
thing
with him when he was 18? Who said that? Who had
that's
sex
what
with
the prosecutor said. Lisa Van Allen had sex with him when she was 18. When she
Okay,
was
yeah,
18.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
But you remember she told Vlad and anybody else that can listen that she was 17.
Right.
So I
Right.
wonder, did she, and here's the thing, right? If she was in Illinois, then 17 would have made her an adult. Right? Would have
Fact.
made it consensual.
Facts.
And 18 definitely made it consensual. But she went on tours and all these interviews saying it was her as a minor, which is outside of the courtroom. Okay, what matters is what was said
Mm-hmm.
inside. And so it's all confusing. So the thing about it is, I just want everybody to remember, even though we hear all this stuff or whatever, they still going to go by what is said in the court of in court under oath under the penalty of perjury. So you got to remember that, and that's what they're going by, not your personal feelings, what they're going by. Because I already see it's going to be a lot of confusion in this case. So
That's what I'm
just
praying for, though, Angie. I'm praying that the jury just be like, this, she lying. She don't know when she had sex with him. And that's it. Because this the thing. It's too many. It sounds like, because Keller even came on here and was like, what she said at 15, he penetrated her. And when she was 14, they were just doing oral. But if you saying she was 14 on the tape that they saying that was the actual sex tape, then what you saying is not true. You even got a different story than what is being said. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
it's a lot of that, and I'm
yeah,
confused.
I'm
And
confused
I'm
too.
confused. I'm
Yeah,
confused now. I'm confused.
it,
I'm just saying what it is.
yeah.
Like what is going on?
And I try not to get in the weeds when it comes to that because like I gotta use y'all legal hat. It don't matter. 14, 15. I mean, she was under 17 in Illinois. It's still illegal. So trying to go between 14 and 15, it's a non-factor. But if you don't eat, the thing is to know. She don't even know. They don't even know. You know what I'm saying? So that means in
Right.
question, how do you know you weren't older than that in this tape? That's my question. You saying you was 14, how do we know, like BonJean coming out, that you was 17? That's the part that I'm like, do you even know how old you was in this tape?
Well,
Because it's too
you
many
know,
circumstances.
yeah, it's a lot of variables going on with this stuff, and but you got to realize that J-Bo with, I mean, it's just almost like I was saying earlier. It's a lot of stuff that's just built in for defense strategy. You got somebody, well, that's a minor and all this type of stuff. You're gonna have to try to age them. That's just
Yeah,
just
you gotta
a,
age them. Yep.
a strategy. You're just gonna
Mm-hmm.
have to try to age them the best way she
Mm-hmm.
know how. But just to read this, it says I'm trying to hold y'all, but it says, and this is from the guy that was in the courtroom. It says the prosecutor is now talking about Lisa, who had sex with Kelly, and Jane says she was 18 when she met Kelly in 1998, having just crossed the age threshold. Now, if she was 18 when she met him, even if they had sex that night, she
She
was
was legal.
18 and not the
Yeah.
17 that she was crying and talking about.
Yeah. But see, that's the
So I'm
problem.
confused. Yeah, like I ain't got
This the
time for all
thing.
that.
See, that's the problem, and people from the other side don't understand. That's why we have a problem calling them victims, because let's say that is the fact. You on all these different talk shows trying to get recognition, lying about your age and your situation, but you want somebody to say get a sympathy card, buy one of your sympathy cards when you sitting up here and you a damn lie, been a damn lie. We called you on your lie, and it turns out that it's true you lying. Like all these women is not credible. And they get mad when we say we don't believe you. You need more people. You see what I'm saying? We don't believe these
Mm-hmm.
stories. Some of them sound more credible than the other ones, but some of them is just, you know, and it's strange because most people that I know as victims, and even when they said in the that therapist that came on, they would give them stats and percent. I was confused about that because she caught him up at the end. They say most of them don't come out and disclose, but these thoughts, they all over the internet making books, letting everybody know what happened. Yeah, R.Kelly did this to me and that. You see what I'm saying? And it's just like, you want us to cry for you? You want us to feel bad for you, but you don't even look like you feel bad for you. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. All of this stuff is just weird.
It's
And I'm
weird.
sorry, I don't
It's weird.
believe them. I don't.
And do
You
you
know.
remember when? And I'm only going by the facts and in the case was evidence, whatever was presented in court. But do you remember when Jim said that he got a mysterious tape and he put it in and he contacted Sparkle to ask her was that her niece in there or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rashana say she think it was Sparkle who turned the tape in, and then Sparkle I think gives a story a story on another story on I think it was the Breakfast Club or somewhere, and it's like it's a lot of stories or whatever. Which only thing matters is what they say under the open court, and if they have the evidence there that substantiate what they say, then hey. But this is making this is very confusing. Um, and the only thing if it was just a testimony, a standalone testimony, then I would have to, if I see anybody with a standalone testimony with that, with people that have already contradicted themselves in the media, which don't, really count unless it's brought in, but then and they don't have no direct evidence whatever other than their testimony or some physical evidence, I'm gonna have to side out what they're saying
Uh-huh.
because
Yeah.
it's too many stories.
Too many. It's too many. And that's why I'm praying. See, that's why, me and Kelly be arguing offline too. And that's why I'm trying to tell him, you keep trying to say, yeah, there's people on the Kells side that seen the documentary, but they still don't think he's guilty. I said, you can't just use that as a factor because we have been on thousands of hours of YouTube. We have read blogs. Some of y'all be on Twitter, people be all in everybody channel looking, watching interviews. So we not the average bear that somebody just gonna run into. So you can't look at our perspective of seeing a documentary and then having an opinion. You know, maybe some of the jurors and somebody like that might be a little less advanced on knowledge of Kells, but we know too much. We seen too much on both sides of this. The parents done been on these channels arguing. You see what I'm saying? The friends of the parents been on these channels arguing, giving statements. The publisher been on here. Some of the other alleged accusers have been on panels talking. So you can't use us in the same equation. We've seen too much and heard too much. Like just like you, we seen too much and heard too much. So the only thing that the jury has is that they don't have the YouTube overload. Because if they
Right,
was one
right,
of us on the panel, we'd be like, nah, no, you said this in
right.
that interview, and you did. You know what I'm saying? So that's the
Yeah.
that's the luck that they have. Because if they got anybody who been following this thing for 4 years, watching, listening, questioning, they gonna be
Hmm.
confused. It's too
Yeah,
much. And
exactly. You're gonna be confused.
Dolores, I gotta say something. I can't let you get away with that. She said, but you can forget. You can't remember everything you did as a teenager. Dolores, I'm gonna tell you this, okay? And I don't care what nobody say. I don't agree. Outside of that, you know when you lost your virginity, okay? You know. Now you might not know how many people you had sex with. You might not know their names. You might not know where it happened, but you know the first time you lost your virginity. I'm sorry. I can't see nothing else. Now outside of that, acts after that might get cloudy, but the first time, I was 14 or I was 15. You see what I'm saying? Or I was 17 after prom. You know that. Or the first time I got touched you. Some women even know the first time that they kissed the guy. The first time, when we was in grammar school, they used to be nasty and be going in there in the little. It was like a doorway, and some of them girls, what they call getting fingered. You know what's going on. You know what age you was when you did that. Now, I can't give you that all the way. Now, some later on in life, yeah, it gets a little cloudy, but your first engagement, you should know. And if you don't, damn, that's a bigger problem for me.
I remember. Yeah, I remember way back in elementary when I was I was in the fourth grade, and this white boy named Neil, he kissed me. I never forget that. Now I'm trying to, that was way back then, baby. I don't know why they ain't string me up by a tree or whatever,
Hello.
but yeah, Neil kissed me, and I had sense enough to go home and tell, but I wasn't telling like, oh, like it was an issue. I was telling her like that was a part of my day. Neil kissed me, and my mama had an issue with that. Because like, well, where was the teacher? Like,
Right.
I
That's
gotta talk to
right.
your
Where was the
teacher.
teacher? Exactly. Where was the
Mhm.
teacher? Now, Miss Frugal, come on now. They nobody say look at someone and determine if they was a victim. We have ears that we hear. We listening to you. We going by what we hear. Ain't nobody say that we looking at somebody and saying they're a victim. We listening to your story and saying we don't believe you. You need more people. We don't agree. It's not factual. We ain't say nothing about just look at somebody and say whether they right or wrong. No, it's about listening, reading comprehension, listening comprehension. Okay, I'm gonna make a new thing. Listening comprehension. When you looking and put everything together, you get to figure things out. You can analyze it. That's why on this channel I let everybody on, because y'all don't understand. A lot of information we get comes from the other side. But if you one of these people that's stupid and only want to be sheep and only want to hear one side of the story, then you gonna be lost in the sauce. Because everybody over here gonna be saying the same thing, but they got stuff over there that they saying that helps put the puzzle pieces together. Okay. And it is what it is. Y'all can say y'all got a problem with L, y'all got a problem with low, whatever. Then when they came on and talked, they added information, answer questions that made the puzzle pieces come together. I don't care what none of y'all say. They add information. They add the pieces of the story that's needed to put it together. You know, I want to hear it all. I ain't about to be we ain't sheep over here.
Right.
It's a shame. JD got me. Okay, so we gon' you ready, Angie? You ready to get out of here? Or you
Oh
got
yeah,
something else to
I'm
say?
done. Thank you so much, ma'am, for having me up here in chat.
Well, thank you again, because I got to say it again, because of you and your law knowledge and being able to teach. You've taught me a lot. I came a long way. They was getting my legs at the beginning, but now I got some legal understanding and some legal. Me and Keller arguments be good. I be getting them. I'm like, yeah. He even said it
Oh
too. He was
wow,
like,
that's
oh,
crazy.
you learning a little something. Yes, Lord. Now
Well,
I'm
I
really able to
appreciate
talk from both
that,
sides of the thing.
ma'am.
Yeah, he don't
That's
like that.
crazy.
But let me finish looking at this. Let me see how I answer that question. Oh, you talk to them, but but that's how they are victim. You talk to them. Who said we talk to them? Did nobody talk to them? They talk, we listen. I'm not understanding that. I answer when you ask. Oh, okay. She talking to Shatan. Okay. Where's the hours of the tape? Jerry Curl got Dolores. I'm taking home to. Boom. Charlotte came right there. 16 for her. You see what I'm saying? People know when that ball dropped.
Yeah.
And most people know who and how the ball got dropped. You know what I'm saying? She said
Okay.
22 when I got pregnant. Right. You know when you got pregnant, you know what I'm saying? You know certain factors now. When it come down to times when you know what I'm saying, you might not remember how many times and what you did in the name. Now I get that. But them beginning points is that. Oh, she said she wasn't no victim. Okay. Yeah, you gotta, and that's another thing. When you work with people, that's the problem. Like a lot of people might not have the luxury of working with people. I'm sorry, Angie. I got you up here with the doggone. Hold on, with the solo thing. Uh, okay. Um, you might not have have the luxury of working with people, but when you work with people, and not only customer service, but any type of social service, public, human services, public health, anything like that, you know people. You hear
Mm-hmm.
stories every day. You know what I'm saying? They talking to you. You analyzing. You know what's what. So it's just a matter of learning people. And then we also when you understand psychology, you know, that's a plus. When you went to college or took a psychology class, when you understand psychology of people, child psychology, then adolescent psychology, when you understand mental health, all of these factors weigh in when you are analyzing a situation. And then Andrew even said they got what you say, y'all have like a document where you could do an analysis on somebody. This stuff
Yeah.
is there, it's created. You see what I'm saying? This ain't hard. You know, in most situations, and I'm telling you, y'all, recently, in like 5 seconds, I could come up with a clear judgment on somebody or a very good idea. It's been one person, y'all, one in my whole life that I completely couldn't detect. And it's I'm talking about recent, okay? And that's why I said, oh, you just slept. You know what I'm saying? Just completely slept. And you know, somebody at work. So I don't know if because it was at work, I was like benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what I did because I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't do my full analysis. I guess maybe because I really didn't care because I have no personal dealings with the people at work. It's all work and that's it. Regardless of what they try and make it, I keep it work, you know. But yeah, I um I let one slide. So you know, I shouldn't say let one slide. One got past me, Angie. All
Oh
right.
Lord.
Yeah, he got past me, man. He got past me. I was like, wow. Wow. But hey, it is what it is.
Mhm.
But you guys, thank you for coming. I know it's late. We're going on 4 hours. And we'll get back at it again. Thank you for everybody that came to the panel. Make sure y'all subscribe. Please hit the like button on the way out. I saw I ain't had my lights button up. Please get the lights up. But thank you for coming. As always, do everything in God's divine order. Do everything in the spirit of righteousness to make sure righteousness prevails. All right, you guys. Let me find us a
All
beat.
right.
Thanks, Angie.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Scott. Bye, y'all.
All right, we're gonna find a beat and then we're gonna get out of here. Y'all, do I have to play my favorite song? Let me find another one. I'm gonna play the one I played earlier. I ain't gonna wear you out with my favorite song. And if y'all listen to the lyrics is funny. And look, and telling. But yeah, it's hard to find music that you don't get a doggone copyright strike from. It's really sad. You can't play nothing. Tupac is banned. R.Kelly's banned. Like they don't give you no options. All right, yeah, I just play what I It ain't no big deal. We just need a beat. Just play what you played earlier. Let's see. I can't even play my buddy Dirty to Don. I think I get a strike for that too. Oops. Give me a second. I'm in the wrong spot. Duh. All right. Chicago, stand up. South Side, stand up. East Side, stand up. All right, you guys. Here we go. Oh, duh. I always do that. Had the volume down.
Step into my room, take off all your clothes. It's just me and you. Your body's calling me, waiting for this moment all day long. Yeah, girl, I'm so horny. Let's get it on. Ooh, yeah. I hear your body calling me. Hear your body calling, baby. Your body sexual. Ooh, I can hear your body calling for love. I know that you know, babe, you know, baby. Know just what I'm thinking of. Ready to feel you in my arms when I sleep. Even though you're 1,000 miles away from me. Ain't nobody make me feel like you. All I think about is making love to you. In the morning time, in the afternoon, in the evening, I can hear you. I can hear your body calling. Your body sexual. Leave your body sexual. My body's going, my body's going, my tongue is going, my body's going.
Okay, he said, what's the song? 3-piece. I'm putting it in the chat. Your body's calling. The song that they famous for is really that. Let's see. Ooh Ah. Ooh Ah is the other song. That's my favorite cut by them. All right, you guys. I'm gonna talk to y'all guys tomorrow too about choices. Uh, because I was thinking today I was gonna do a video, but it's much quicker for me to just come on and do a live. Everything in life comes down to choices. I know you guys have heard me say this before, but everything you see in this case comes down to choices. Choices of from Kells to the attorneys to the alleged victims, us watching, from being on which side, our side, the op side, and just in life in general, and this is just something that we watching, but we got to make sure in our own life we making the right choices to do things. But I'll talk to you guys about that tomorrow. I got to turn a couple of corners, but everybody, again, thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting and donating to my channel. All right, you guys. Skylife loves y'all. Get out of here.